Hey there, Internet friends. Welcome to another episode of That Nerdy Site Show, a weekly podcast where the team members from That Nerdy Site get together to talk about our lives and all of the nerdy things we love about them. I'm your host, Trevor Starkey, and this is one of our Patreon early access special episodes where instead of really diving into the what we've been up to for the week, we typically tend to focus on like a bigger topic. And for today's topic, we're going to be kind of just straight up ripping off what Kind of Funny and PS I Love You did a few weeks back, where they came up with a bracket of the PS4 games to determine the best PlayStation 4 game of this generation. And so we're going to kind of do that and do our own little twist on that here on That Nerdy Site. So joining me this week, we have Cameron Abbott. How you doing, Cameron?
Hey, what's going on, nerds?
What is going on? We have Frank Bazzani. How you doing, Frank?
Good. How you doing, Trevor?
I'm doing all right. And we have joining us special guest Brandon Gann. How you doing, Brandon?
I'm doing the best I can. Hello to TNS patrons and everybody else listening to this a month later.
Yeah. Because, of course, this will go live out to everybody here probably the end of October is when this will go public to the masses, just in time for the next generation launch of the PS5 and stuff. Logan was supposed to be joining us, but he had a scheduling mix-up, and we just found out he will not be able to make it for this episode. So now we had to kind of figure out on the fly. Originally, it was like, all right, I need 5 people basically, and that's why we brought in Brandon as kind of our special guest for the episode. To be like, all right, so we can't have a 2v2 tie for any of these things because we don't have the benefit of like a live audience or that we can kind of pull like Blessing and Greg did when they did their iteration of this. But then we lost Logan anyway, so now we had to kind of on the fly come up with, and unfortunately it's not the best route, but we're going to have just kind of a roll of the dice kind of for tiebreaker should any arise here. But before we dive into our lists, just a little bit of housekeeping. If you like what you hear, please always remember to like, subscribe, rate, and review the podcast everywhere you can. If you're listening to this when it comes out here at the end of September, it's because you are already one of our super generous patrons, and we thank you for your support. If you're hearing this well after the fact, you can always go and support us on Patreon at patreon.com/thatnerdysite. Just like our wonderful monthly Patreon producers, Pam and Bev Larson, Sherry Starkey, Teresa Wilkinson, and myself, Trevor Starkey. So yeah, I think with that out of the way, we can just kind of dive right in. Hopefully, if all goes according to plan, the video version of this show will have kind of the bracket as we build it out. This is my like first attempt at really trying to do like screen capture stuff in OBS. So hopefully I don't screw it up too badly, and I don't have like things cut off randomly or whatever. But much like Kind of Funny did, we're going to kind of take the bracket that they had. Shout out to at SD Infected on Twitter, who put this together for Kind of Funny back when they did it. And kind of the general gist of like the rules were he pretty much prioritized PlayStation 4 exclusives. So if it came out to like PS3 or Vita, it was largely out of the running, with a couple exceptions here and there. No real third-party stuff, like third-party, multi-platform games. They're not here. And it was kind of ranked by Metacritic scores. No collections, I guess, with, again, like 1 or 2 weird exceptions. But yeah, it was ranked by Metacritic scores, and then he kind of seeded everything. And he came up with, he had 8 games that kind of fell outside of the seeding, but that he thought still kind of like warranted consideration. So those are going to be play-in rounds. So we have kind of 2 play-in rounds in each of our 4 quadrants: triangle, square, cross, and circle. And we're just going to kind of, much like Kind of Funny did, we're going to go through kind of round by round and just kind of like discuss the matchups and pick our winners and kind of hopefully come to terms at the end with the like end-all be-all best PlayStation 4 game. Any questions or points of clarification from the rest of the crew before we dive in?
Yeah, point of clarification here.
Yep.
It's time to pop open a cold one, boys.
There you go. Thank you for that, Cameron.
Wouldn't be a listing show without it, Trevor.
That's fair. Yeah.
We'll boost the gain on that can opening just so people really get the effect.
Yeah, sorry,
Look.
I had to put. My cans are kind of exploding right now, so I had to put like a napkin over it to make sure it didn't get all over my bed.
Okay.
So that did muffle the sound quite a bit. My apologies.
Yeah.
But in the uptick, like the upside of that, I did not get a bunch of Mountain Dew Game Fuel all over my bed. So there we go.
Bravo. All right, then we'll just kind of before we make any selections, we'll kind of run through the bracket for anybody that is unfamiliar with what Kind of Funny had done here, just so people have a sense of that. Starting here in the triangle bracket, we have the number 1 seed God of War going against the winner of our first play-in round, which will be Erica versus Octodad Deadliest Catch. And we have the number 8 seed Until Dawn going up against number 9 Firewall 0 Hour. Number 5 seed Wipeout Omega Collection going up against number 12 seed Everybody's Golf VR. Number 4 seed Ratchet and Clank going up against number 13 Amplitude. Number 3 Horizon Zero Dawn going up against number 14 Sakura Wars. Number 6 Ghost of Tsushima going up against 11 Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. Number 7 The Last Guardian going up against number 10 The Forest. And number 2, Dreams, going up against the winner of a play-in between Days Gone and Knack. Scrolling down to the square bracket, we have the number 1 seed there, Uncharted 4, A Thief's End, going up against the winner of a Drive Club versus Fat Princess Adventures play-in bracket. We have number 8, Gravity Rush 2, going against number 9, Fire Pro Wrestling World. Number 5, Uncharted Lost Legacy, against number 12, Dragon Quest Heroes 2. Number 4, Marvel's Spider-Man going up against number 13, Marvel's Iron Man VR. Number 3, Neo against number 14, Fist of the North Star, Lost Paradise. Number 6, Resogun going against number 11, Street Fighter V. Number 7, Judgment going up against number 10, Detroit Become Human. And number 2, Bloodborne going against the winner of a play-in round between Bound and The Order 1886. Then back over to our next quadrant. Scroll. Over here in the circles bracket, we have the number 1 seed over there, The Last of Us Part 2, going up against the winner of Knack 2 versus Shenmue 3. We have Blood and Truth, seed 8, going up against number 9, King of Fighters 14. We have number 5, Pyre, going up against number 12, Gran Turismo Sport. We have number 4, MLB The Show 19, going up against Infamous First Light 13. We have number 3, Res Infinite, going up against number 14, Matterfall. We have number 6, Yakuza 6, Song of Life, going up against number 11, The Playroom VR. Number 7, Death Stranding versus number 10, Riggs Mechanized Combat League. And number 2, Astrobot Rescue Mission, going up against the winner of a play-in between Farpoint and Drawn to Death. And lastly here, in the cross bracket, we have our number 1 seed, Persona 5 Royal, going up against the winner of That's You versus Drive Club VR. Number 8, Infamous Second Son, going up against number 9, Alienation. Number 5, Neo 2, going up against number 12, Concrete Genie. Number 4, Final Fantasy VII Remake, going up against number 13, Killzone Shadowfall. Number 3, Tetris Effect, going up against number 14, Until Dawn Rush of Blood. Number 6, Ni no Kuni 2, going up against number 11, Dragon Quest Heroes. Number 7, Orcs Must Die Unchained, going up against number 10, Everybody's Golf. Number 2, Shadow of the Colossus, going up against the winner of a play-in between Knowledge is Power and Predator Hunting Grounds. So yeah, that is our brackets for this. A couple of games I will kind of shout out that we did consider. We looked at in kind of the lead into this, games that basically have come out even since Kind of Funny did theirs, were something like Fall Guys, as well as Brandon had put forth maybe Spelunky 2, and I kind of ultimately said, well, those are pretty much guaranteed to come to other consoles, so just because they're PlayStation exclusive right now doesn't really warrant them making their way onto this list. And also, by keeping it the same list as Kind of Funny's list, it'll give us a little bit more fun to kind of do a compare and contrast when all is said and done. So there we have it. So up first, we're going to kind of just go through all of our play-in brackets to figure out what games will end up going against each other in our round of 64. Let me just pull up, 'cause I'm trying to take timestamps here as we go. So, play in round. And, it's, I'm going to have to, I'll just deal with that later, because I don't want to have to, like, click between all of these different things to get time codes. So, whatever, we'll just deal. So, up first, our first play-in, we have Erica versus Octodad Deadliest Catch. That is going to, inevitably get sacrificed to God of War. Sure, fine, whatever. But does anybody have thoughts on either of these two games, strong one way or another? Erica versus Octodad Deadliest Catch.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
My strong feeling is this. Erica is a a game that was part of a very cool initiative, as far as like trying to bring in some FMV stuff back into the mainstream. It's something that like you wouldn't expect PlayStation to kind of get behind, but it ended up being like a pretty okay game. That was like, it was a fun streaming game that I watched a couple people stream, see what their choices would be, etc. It seems cool. Octodad, I've always had a problem with Octodad in that I don't think it's funny.
Okay.
I've never thought it was funny. I never thought it was charming. It's a bad game with bad controls, and it was made that way on purpose, and I don't care for that.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? Because I would actually I'll
It's
just
like
jump in there.
spitting in the eye of God.
Why
would you do that?
I will play the flip side of that, in that I would, like, my vote here would go towards Octodad Deadliest Catch, because it gave us like that fun genre this generation of games that intentionally control poorly to add to the frustration and humor of the game. Like, without Octodad Deadliest Catch, and I just realized I have that spelled wrong, we wouldn't have stuff like oh crap, not Fall Guys. What was the one from Double Fine that we played at the thing last
Gang
year?
Beasts?
Yeah, Gang Beasts. We wouldn't have Gang Beasts and like
I'm
that
pretty sure
kind
Gang
of
Beasts
guilt.
came out before. I'm pretty sure Gang Beasts came out before Octodad.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I remember Octodad being like beginning of the generation. So much that I thought it was on last gen, actually. Until seeing it like on this thing. It's also weird
Gang
because
Beasts
like
came out
Octodad
in
is one also
2014.
that has since come to Switch and stuff like that. So like this is one of those that I think the originator of the bracket basically said like, hey, like this was so innately tied to early PS4 that it's included here. So I guess even on that grounds, we like I guess right there I would actually switch my vote here to Erica, because Erica was at least like a PS4 like specific thing. Frank or Brandon, do you guys have a strong way one or another?
By the way, sorry, I stand corrected. Octodad came out in January of 2017. Gang Beasts came out in August of 2017.
Octodad came out in January 2014. Is what I'm seeing.
Oh, I was looking at Deadliest Catch, not the original Octodad. My apologies.
That's that's what I'm looking at it as well as Deadliest Catch, January. It came out to PlayStation April of 2014. Came out on like Windows January of 2014.
I took the Google date. I did not go to the actual Wikipedia page to look at the Wikipedia date.
Gotcha. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, Frank or Brandon, do you guys have?
Oh, my apologies. They were both 2014. I got the dates correct. I got the years wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, Frank or Brandon?
Yeah, for me,
No.
I was going into this thinking about voting for Octodad, but this is one of many in this episode, I believe. I'm going to say I really, truly do not have a pull either way. I do not care which one moves on. So if there are already 2 votes for Erica, that's fine for me.
Frank?
I'm totally cool with it being Erica, but just for record keeping purposes, I would say Octodad. But everything I've always kind of heard about Erica, it seems really cool, and I think you guys bring up a great point where like yeah, that is more PlayStation kind of centric, especially at this point. But like everything I've ever always heard about it is just like it's okay, and that's why I've never played it and I've never really checked it out. But like Octodad did kind of catch on fire there at the PS4 launch. I remember it being a ton of fun, and even like Cam said, I don't even think it's the funniest thing in the world, but I know it did bring a ton of great times, and was I think really central. I remember around the PS4 launch because there was like not a lot to play. So I mean, it gets my vote.
Yeah, it's like it is like it's in there with like Surgeon Simulator and stuff where it's like those are games that I always like saw and was like I personally don't see the appeal in it, but I get that there is appeal there for a certain audience of people. Just like QWOP. I was like, I'd never understood that, but like people played it and people loved it. But Erica, moves forward into our round of 64. So diving into our other play-in round here in Triangle, Days Gone versus Knack. The trolliest of troll games, if there ever was a troll game in Knack. Frank, I'll throw it to you first because you joked that like Knack was gonna just take the whole thing. So,
well, that's what I still stand by that. Like we could just call the whole thing right now and just call it Knack and move on. So I mean,
The meme
honestly,
gods would be pleased.
yeah, Mark Cerny would love it, honestly.
If you want, if you want to get a big scoop for that nerdy site, we got to put in the work with Mark Cerny.
I mean,
And I think saying Knack's the game of the bracket is a great way to get his attention.
I hate you both because like have either of you actually played Knack?
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay, because Knack is not a good game.
it's not.
Like
fine.
I
Better
firmly
game
vote.
than Octodad.
I firmly vote for Days Gone over Knack on this one. Like, yeah, Knack is a meme and all that stuff, and as like we will see on the circle side of things, like Knack 2 versus Shenmue 3, that can be a different conversation maybe. But like Knack was a bad game. Knack 2 is also a bad game. Like they're
Knack 2
not.
was much better.
Knack 2 is more Knack. I don't think that makes it better,
Yeah,
but
there's
it's
a mini
more of it. But yeah, like Days Gone, definitely like I get why it's not here in the or why it didn't make it into like the Metacritic placements because I mean there was definitely a disconnect between critics and like broader players on Days Gone because critics were having to like play and rush to beat the game before review embargo, and there's a lot of game to try and do that on. It is it's an open world kind of game, and so people that were trying to do all those things, might not have had the best time with it. But when I played it in between jobs end of last year, I really loved my time with it. I thought there was a ton of fun. There's some like frustration in those like the first few times you run into like the hordes of zombies, there's no way you can win, so it's either run or die, and more often than not you're going to die because you can't even outrun them. But once you like power up throughout the game and you can start taking those things out, like even after I had the platinum on that game, I just went through the rest of the map and cleared out the hordes because it was just a fun like experience to really kind of destroy those things. So I really enjoyed Days Gone, whereas like I've tried so many times with Knack and just have never been able to like get past maybe half the game. I just do not enjoy that experience. It's not a great platformer, and it was a frustrating meme, especially as somebody who like modded the Kinda Funny community Facebook page for a long time, where just every other thing was a Knack joke. I was just like, stop this. Like Knack 2 getting announced at friggin' PSX. I was like, how is this a thing?
It was the greatest moment. It was
I
the
cheered.
greatest moment.
I cheered. I was there with you guys. I cheered.
Yeah.
Listen, The Last of Us Part 2 was also announced at that conference,
It was.
and we know how that shook out. Knack 2 being the best game that was announced at that conference. I'm just saying.
Okay, that's certainly a take. How you feeling there, Brandon?
Yeah, I'm also going to vote for Days Gone. This one, the thing about Days Gone is at the time when it got revealed at Sony's E3 2016 conference, I think. I think I was like a little bit higher on like really liking it than a lot of the critics coming out of that show. Granted, the presentation was odd, but like I haven't played it because I was so intent on getting it, but the day or two before it was set to release, all of those reviews came out. I know I watched Kind of Funny, Easy Allies, What's Good Games, all kinds of different people, and it was just like kind of a hard pulling the emergency brake on getting it because it's like all the bugs, all the tech problems, and all of the different issues that everybody individually had with it. It wasn't. There were some like common things shared amongst all the people, but everyone that I watched had their own unique issues, and it just all built up to me saying, "Nah, you know what? I'm just gonna let it pass me by." So I haven't really thought much about it since then. And as opposed to Knack, I am also quite very sick and tired of the Knack jokes. I am that kind of person. And so for this one, I'm just going to vote Days Gone because, quite frankly, the less Knack talk, the better.
Yeah,
All right,
I will say,
Trevor,
I know we're gonna have to go to a die roll on this. I see it.
No, wait.
Frank, do not waver. Do not waver, Frank.
No. I didn't get to say my vote originally. There is no wavering. I have not played Days Gone, even though I am, now that it's super cheap, I am interested in picking it up. I have played Knack, and based on that, I'm voting for Days Gone. Knack is not a good game.
Frank, do not do this. Do not betray the Knack gods.
Thank you, Frank. Like, Knack is terrible in that you lost a point. In an unheard of thing, you lost a point in predictions, Cameron. Like,
I still protest.
You got negative 1 point because you predicted Mark Cerny was going to sacrifice somebody to the Knack gods in the PS5 like reveal event thing. So Knack is not your friend either.
On a makeshift Aztec temple.
Yep. Yeah, I remember sitting through the 10 minutes of your pitch. I get it. And we don't need to do that again.
And saying Kalima as he tore out the guy's heart. Yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah. I appreciate that input there, Frank.
If it had gone through, if that had happened, it would have been the greatest prediction of all time.
Sure. Yes. That's no doubt. But there was also no way in hell it was ever going to go through. But with 3-1, Days Gone moves forward. Days Gone is going to be part of the PS Plus collection on the PS5. So if you have not played it, I certainly recommend checking it out. I will say, though, it definitely, even when I played it like 4 or 5 months after launch, it still had a lot of bugs and problems and stuff. So they didn't fix everything, but I thought it was still a great, fun, open-world game. I always likened it to Horizon Zero Dawn, but with a motorcycle instead of like robot horses. Days Gone.
So less fun.
Advances.
No, I mean, I do find that much more interesting. Honestly,
I'm not disagreeing with you on that less fun comment, Cam, but still more fun than Knack, infinitely more fun than Knack. So Days Gone is going to go up against Dreams in the next round.
You guys just can't get lost in the meme, man.
That's exactly what you did. You've got lost in the meme. Knack is not a good game.
Dude, I'd rather be lost in the meme than live in your reality that Knack is a bad game.
Okay, fine. Enjoy fantasy. Moving down into the square plains, we have up first Drive Club versus Fat Princess Adventures. Anybody have any strong opinions one way or another on these two?
3 words, Trevor. Fat Princess Adventures.
Okay.
That's all you need. Drive Club was a terrible launch. It's not a good game. Debatably, when it comes to like other racing games, it was a botched launch. The studio that made it is gone, and like that's all you need to know. Fat Princess Adventures, fun game. You feed a princess cake. It's great.
I mean, of the two, I actually played like 15-20 minutes of Fat Princess Adventures, so I can't argue against that really. But yeah, Drive Club, I remember just kind of like coming and going very quickly because it didn't really find that audience that it was trying to target. So I fall into Fat Princess Adventures here too. I think like for the PlayStation, Drive Club's probably the more iconic title, but you do raise a very solid point there in that, hey, like Drive Club failed so bad the studio's closed. So, wah.
Do you know how bad your studio has to be for Shuhei Yoshida to give up on you? Shuhei Yoshida never gave up on The Last Guardian. On The Last Guardian. But he gave up on you. Like, that tells you something.
I mean, like, let's not add like personal motivation behind Shu on this. Like, entirely possible it was a financial thing that needed to get pulled. Because as I recall, like, I'm pretty sure, like, yeah, they closed the studio, but they tried to reallocate and move those devs around as best they could, I think. But anyway.
Well, sure, Shuhei's not a monster.
Yeah. Frank or Brandon, do you have strong opinions one way or the other?
I personally do not. I mean, Cam really hit all the points I was going to bring up, like buggy launch, just like it's gone now, and just on a naming convention. Just think about it. Which one, just off names alone, which would you rather play? A game called Drive Club or a game called Fat Princess Adventures? I'd tend to the latter, so I would vote also for Fat Princess Adventures.
I mean, on the name alone, like, if I were a driving game enthusiast, I would say Drive Club, but I'm not, so like... That's...
Also, Drive Club says golf to me, not cars. I hate it.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
I don't love, like, I love racing games. I don't love, like, sim racing games, and I really didn't, like, connect with Drive Club, because I got that, like, free PS Plus version that they promised, but that was also kind of botched, if you guys remember that so many years ago.
Yeah.
Because it was, like, super late. Or whatever. But yeah, honestly, Brandon kind of sold me there too, because I also wasn't super hot on like Fat Princess Adventures. But yeah, with his argument there based on the names, yeah, I would put my vote behind that. Like, because I would definitely pick up that and play that before I would check out Drive Club.
All right.
Well, let's be real. We're sending this one off to die.
Exactly. Fat Princess Adventures goes off up against Uncharted 4: A Thief's End in the next round. So congratulations. Rest in peace, Drive Club. Then over here we have our play-in number 8, Bound versus The Order 1886. Anybody have any strong feelings one way or another on this one?
I absolutely stand Order 1886 in this fight. I didn't play it at launch, so I wasn't burned like a lot of people, but I really enjoyed that game. I'm not saying it was perfect, but I think it honestly didn't deserve as much hate as it got.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, if you ask me which game would I rather pay $5 to play, it's The Order 1886.
Okay.
Would I pay $60 for it? No, and if you did that, you were a sucker.
Has anybody played Bound?
I have not.
I own it. I haven't played it.
Okay. Cam?
No.
Okay. So I'm the only one that has played Bound of us, and I reviewed it back when I was doing like Trevor Trove stuff. It is a game that, like, I remember saying basically I appreciate that it exists because it is a very beautiful artistic game, but it was a slog to play, and I did not have a fun experience with it. Because it is very slow moving. Like, the idea behind it is you're basically this like ballerina kind of figure moving through the world, and there's a meta story told against the backdrop of a lot of very famous art styles and aesthetics. But just for me, the gameplay is where this one fell apart. But it was one where I was like, I'm glad this exists for the people that like it. I'm pretty sure George over at Irrational Passions gave it a 10. At Irrational Passions, he loved it. So it's out there for the people that love it. But yeah, my vote here goes to Order 1886 as well. So I think 1886 moves forward.
Yep.
All right. It did. Bound did look really beautiful, and that almost like by itself almost drew me in. But I kind of like, even without having played it, just looking at it, I kind of see what you're saying, because it didn't look like it'd be fun to like run around in and play. Like I could never actually start it and like dive in.
Yeah.
All right. Play number 3.
All right. Yep. Play number 3 over here in the circle bracket. We get to go back to Knack with Knack 2 up against Shenmue 3, which will face off in the next round against The Last of Us Part 2. So if you want to give Knack 2 its moment in the sun, here's the time to do it, because I'm definitely not going to make a case for Shenmue 3.
And that's why, like, I don't want to like dominate the conversation or anything, but I will absolutely back Knack 2 here, because I have like, I can't think of a good word that's not like too harsh, but I just like have so much against Shenmue, and especially like Shenmue 3. So I will, and Knack 2 I will stand. I played it as well. It is better than Knack 1. That doesn't make it great, but it is better than Knack 1. They fixed like problems that were there. So I would stand Knack 2 here.
I
Knack
played
2 is getting my vote.
Knack 2 is one of the rare games I played at E3, the one year I went to E3, because it was one at like PlayStation's booth where it was just like, hey, you can just walk up and play it. It was very akin to like a PAX booth where it was just like they had some stations and anybody could walk up and play. And I walked up and played Knack 2 and was like, yep, this is more Knack. Yep, I still don't like this. But also, I have zero interest in playing Shenmue 3. So, yeah, Knack 2 gets my vote still, despite, again, hating Knack. Brandon, anything from you?
I would only vote for Shenmue 3 because it's like that game, and alongside Final Fantasy VII Remake and The Last Guardian during Sony's E3 show, that actually was like, that announcement of Shenmue 3 was actually what really introduced me to what is now Easy Allies, but formerly game trailers. And watching Michael Huber's reaction is just, if you ever feel down, just go watch that. It'll lift your spirits. It'll make your day. I promise. But seeing his joy
Did you hear his reaction when he actually played the game?
Yeah, I watched his review and and his subsequent discussions on their podcasts. But yeah, that's the only connotation and context, or connection, I should say, that I would have to Shenmue 3. I really don't care if Knack 2 moves on. Again, when we get into the later rounds, we're going to have some much lengthier discussions where it's going to be a lot more personal interest with the games we have on this entire bracket here. But I just wanted to give that nice little eulogy to Shenmue 3 as it's going to lose here to Knack 2. But yeah, that's like the only real connection I have with the game.
Yeah, I mean, a big like E3 moment does not make for a good game. like it can still have that moment. There's nothing taking away from like the shock of Shenmue coming back and getting announced on in that like Decade of Dreams PlayStation conference for the people that really love Shenmue, but like that is none of us. So yeah, you're good with like you're on the Knack 2 train too, right, Cam?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. All right, then our other play-in this bracket, Farpoint, which is a VR shooter, versus Drawn to Death, the short-lived multiplayer shooter from David Jaffe for this gen. Anybody have any strong thoughts one way or another?
Yeah, Drawn to Death sucked.
Thank you. I agree.
Yeah.
Like Drawn to Death is what I point to as like especially with the success of God of War and like how that game came back from everybody basically saying he's just an angry, this is a game that appeals to like, the angry young man kind of the PS2 era or whatever. Like, Cory Barlog has actually grown as a person and a developer, whereas I looked at, like, Lawbreakers and I looked at Drawn to Death as Cliff Bleszinski and David Jaffe just still trying to recapture, like, magic from their glory days rather than trying to really, like, develop as people. So, Drawn to Death, I thought was... And, like, admittedly, I have, like, much more limited experience with Lawbreakers, but Drawn to Death was just not a good game. It was very much like, what if I still made my angry Twisted Metal game here in 2016 or whenever it came out, and everybody was like, the world's moved on, dude. This isn't a good look anymore, and he just kind of still dug in.
Yeah, and then there was a lot of stuff with that. In regards for me, Lawbreakers, I will kind of defend Lawbreakers because I don't think it was him trying to capture his glory days so much as he was trying to, if you look at like Overwatch as like a revitalization of like Team Fortress 2 style game, like arena shooter gaming, Lawbreakers was definitely like, I think it came out probably just like maybe 2 years too late.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess like Lawbreakers, my critique on Lawbreakers and then the battle royale that they tried to do like immediately after was much more like really that he's chasing trends as opposed to trying to like carve his own path forward. But I still have like I just have both of those in my head at as like developers that found great success in the past and can't recapture that magic despite them trying to, I guess. And so with Jaffe, it was much more maybe just trying to appeal to like the worst scums of gaming. And then
he said it himself, he wanted to make a game that he would have liked to have played in middle school.
Yeah.
And it's like, cool, dude, I don't want to play a game that you would have played in middle school because, like all middle schoolers, you were a sociopath.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as a middle schooler. Like an eighth grader is literally the time in your life where you are your worst version of yourself you will ever be. Like, if somebody grows up to be a serial killer, I guarantee you, in the 8th grade, they were worse.
Okay. I don't know if I'd go that far, but Brandon or Frank, do you have anything to add to this debate?
None whatsoever. I have no connection to either game, and congratulations, Farpoint, on advancing off of your competitor being a very awful game.
Yeah, because I'm pretty much in the same boat where like I would vote for. I haven't played Farpoint, but I would vote for it just based over like I have played Drawn to Death, and yeah, it is not a good game. And I kind of dig a little bit of that art style, just kind of like what they were doing. But yeah, like it wasn't a good game. It wasn't fun to play. So
Yeah.
Yeah, art style wise, it was fine. I thought it was a cool idea because I felt like the idea of capturing like your youth in your notebooks and like the dumb, quirky, like awkward drawings that you would make in your middle school notebooks and your high school notebooks was a cool idea, but it just sucked.
Yeah.
Like the game just sucked.
Yeah. All right. Well, Farpoint advances to face off against Astrobot Rescue Mission in the next round. So our last two play-ins here in the cross bracket, we have That's You, which was one of their like phone game ideas, up against Drive Club VR. Does Drive Club VR fare any better than Drive Club?
No, burn in hell.
So you go That's You.
Yeah, That's You. I've actually played That's You. It's fun.
Cool.
Yeah, like it's definitely just kind of a cop on like one of those like what is it, Jackbox games?
Yeah.
And kind of has a lot of the same ideas and concepts, but like it was cool. It was kind of fun to mess around with for an evening. So like I would give it to that over Drive Club VR as well.
Yeah, I would say where Jackbox is like, hey, open up a browser on your phone and then like play in. The That's You actually use like the PlayStation phone app to like actually do like fun stuff with the camera and like it just did something a lot more mobile based to interact with it, and it was fun. Like I thought it was a solid little game, you know.
Mm-hmm. Brandon, anything to add?
None whatsoever. And in the case of Drive Club VR, it's like just as we discussed in the last play-in with Drive Club, when your IP is synonymous with low or poor quality, putting it out as a VR version really is not going to help if there's not a significant jump in that quality and the issues are fixed. And so because I have no experience with either of these games, I would have to vote That's You, because when I think of the word Drive Club, I think of poor quality, and that's not a reputation you want to have, no matter what game you are.
Yeah, Drive Club, I want to say I played Drive Club VR at like a PAX or something like that. And like it wasn't, I wouldn't deem it like poor quality, but it is a very niche kind of game where like you already have to be a driving game kind of person, and now you also have to be a VR kind of person. And if you don't really fill both of those buckets, then this really wasn't for you. Whereas That's You definitely, I think, did kind of try and capitalize on that, like the burgeoning like, hey, let's play a Jackbox game with friends or something like that. So I also go with That's You for this one to play up against Persona 5 Royal in the next round. So again, don't really expect many if any of these play-ins to make it too much further, but at least they get a little bit of love here on the show. And then lastly, our play-in round number 6 here in the cross bracket, Knowledge is Power, another one of those phone games, up against probably one of the most recent entries on the list here, Predator Hunting Grounds.
Yes.
Cam, are you strongly in favor of Predator Hunting Grounds?
I am. It's an awesome game. It's an awesome first-person shooter. Came out of nowhere. It's absolutely fantastic. I still hop in and play it every once in a while. Like, it's a good game.
Mm-hmm. Frank, anything from you?
Yeah, like I do think Predator Hunting Grounds is a really cool game. It's awesome that I think that like that studio who had Friday the 13th, when that kind of the rug kind of got pulled out from under them on that. So I think it's cool they were able to sort of like pivot that into like another popular franchise, and maybe even find some more success with that. And by all accounts,
And make a
it's
better
like
game, man.
yeah, exactly. That's where I was just kind of going. It's like by all accounts, it's like even a better, more fun game that they were able to even do more with. And so like I really like think that's really cool. They even got Arnold involved in it. So like yeah, that's I vote for that. I just think it's a really cool idea, then like something cool they're working on. I also shout out because they also got a lot of the Funhouse people to do voices for them, so that's also cool.
Yeah, very true. Brandon, anything from you?
No, nothing really of value. Like, I know the only connotation I have for Predator Hunting Grounds is because before Avengers came out, that's all Greg Miller wanted to play, apparently, when he wasn't on shows. But I have absolutely no connotation to Knowledge's Power at all. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know how long it's been out. I just have no connection whatsoever. So I'm fine with Predator moving on.
Yeah, Knowledge's Power was another one of those like that to you. I think Kind of Funny did a party mode or something for it way back in the day. One of those kinds of PlayStation app phone games things. Predator Hunting Grounds for me, I played a round at PAX West a year ago. Yeah, PAX West of 2019. And it was one where like you had to sign up for the appointment through the PlayStation app. So at least I didn't have to like wait in a crazy long line for it. But I felt so bad for the people that played with me because in our group of 5, I was the Predator. And they killed me like right away because I didn't realize like that there were NPC like figures in the world. Like I had not been paying any attention to that game, so I was just like, oh, there's people, I'm gonna go down and kill them. And I killed some people, and I was like, haha, I'm doing well. And then like the actual squad of players like just ganged up on me and killed me. And then I blew them all up with the nuke. And so like we all basically got the game over. And the whole thing was probably done in like less than 5 minutes, and I was like, I feel bad that I wasted their appointment slot with my really really bad Predator play. But yeah, it's definitely a fun game to watch. So Predator Hunting Grounds gets my vote as well here. So that is going to do it for our play-ins. So now we can move back up over to the triangle bracket and kind of tackle the first in our round of 64. So up first, we have God of War, our number 1 seed, against the winner of our first play in there, Erica. I mean, I got to imagine God of War is gonna kind of move on here. But
no, Trevor. Why would we? Why would
y'all
God of War be Erica?
Y'all gonna crap on me and really screw me over on this one? I would not be surprised.
No.
Absolutely not.
I could never in good faith choose Erica over God of War.
Yeah. All right.
Our list would be a joke.
I mean,
brackets would be
I
a
would
joke.
like to agree, but I did not want to make this a dictatorship or anything like that. So God of War advances. I'm sure we will discuss it more as it comes up against more formidable opponents in later rounds. Moving on, we have Until Dawn versus Firewall Zero Hour. I'll kick things off on this one. Having played the barest bones of both, because Until Dawn is never going to be the kind of game I really play just because I'm not like a big horror person. And Firewall Zero Hour I played at a PSX or something in VR. Firewall Zero Hour was like basically Rainbow Six Siege, but in VR, which was great. It just doesn't feel as great as you would necessarily want it to, but I gotta give it to Until Dawn because even despite like me not ever wanting to play it myself, we did as part of our kind of launch stream last year. We had Jazz play it with kind of the rest of us that were there in Austin spectating and watching along, and it was a lot of fun to kind of watch that story unfold, even if I was like, I don't want to touch this, I don't want to go hands on with this at all, but like that game kind of blew everybody away, I think, based on like what they were expecting versus how it took off. So Until Dawn gets my vote, certainly. Cam?
Until Dawn gets my vote. When I started, it was Naughty Gamers at the time, it became KGN. The first thing we did was we did a launch stream of playing Until Dawn, and that game, like, I'd never played it before, and we were supposed to be like passing off the controller, but we were all so enthralled that like I never let go of the controller. Like, we never took a break. Like, we played it all through in one sitting, and it was enthralling. It's such an incredible game. I think it is like one of the actual true gems of the PS4 era. I went to Halloween parties where we just passed around the controller. Like after every big choice or after every character switch, except we'd pass off the controller to another person, and we usually choose the person who was most scared. And it was great. Like, the game is just so good, even to the point where even if you know what happens, there's no guarantee that you're gonna like make the right decision because your body will still have the reaction of fear in it. It's great.
Very true. Brandon or Frank?
I have. I'm sorry, Frank. Go ahead.
I love Until Dawn. I really do. I played it a few times. I have the platinum in it, even though you know, you can kind of shortcut some of the playthroughs that way by like chapter stuff. But like, I had such a good time playing through it multiple times, and I've seen it on live streams, and like you said, we replayed it, and I think I kind of agree with Cam there. Where like, it's like a gem of this generation. And out of all these like kind of adventure games and kind of like choosing your own dialogue and kind of paths and stuff, I think this is still on like a level that like no one can really hit and kind of like live up to, including Supermassive, who continues to kind of like make some of these. But I feel like I know they're trying, but I feel like nothing has like hit on the level of like the quality of Until Dawn. And I really hope, you know, even though it is something really special, I hope maybe we can get another something really that good someday.
Yeah, their anthology games don't seem to quite be capturing the the magic they were going for. But I definitely like, this is a game that came out and has given like Quantic Dream a run for its money in terms of that like interactive kind of like QTE style of narrative design gameplay, as opposed to like more of the, you know, dialogue based stuff that Telltale was doing. Until Dawn definitely came out and kind of shook things up. So, Brandon, anything to close us out as we move Until Dawn forward?
Normally coming into this matchup, I would vote for Firewall, but because I'm just not typically a horror person, even of the campy B-movie variety. But the one thing I will say about Until Dawn, it's the thing that Kind of Funny fans will know quite well, is the story of that Greg likes to tell about how at that PXX where they demoed it and everybody was in the crowd and doing things like that. I think is the best way to experience Until Dawn. It's not something I think it's a good game if you're by yourself, but as you gentlemen clearly just indicated as to why you're voting for it, it's the best played in a group environment. Trying to decide what choice to make, kind of experience that with a group of people, and if you can go through that one setting, like you said, Cam, it's like best experience. So to that, I give it its due, but it's not a game I'm ever going to touch ever. So
yeah, I was at that PSX too, and yeah, it was definitely an electrifying feel being surrounded by like PlayStation fans screaming out like "Go left, go right," while Hayden Panettiere's there in like a towel on the giant screens. So Until Dawn moves forward. Firewall Zero Hour, again, like great game, especially on the VR side of things. Just I imagine, much like a lot of the VR titles we're going to probably look at and discuss here, just doesn't get in hands of enough people to really kind of like, it's still very early days in VR, so it's hard to kind of really expect a lot of those to go head to head against the non-VR, you know, brethren on this layout. But maybe this next battle will change that. Who knows? Because up next we have Wipeout Omega Collection versus Everybody's Golf VR. This is one like we've talked about. I think especially like Brandon and I have talked back and forth about. Wipeout Omega Collection is like one of the most egregious. Like, why is this one on the list based on the criteria that they had put forth? But it's there, so whatever. It's a game I've never touched any of the Wipeout games, so I really can't speak to any of them at all. And I think I really only barely dabbled into Everybody's Golf VR myself, but I would still like, just because of Everybody's Golf VR is the more likely game for me to want to sit down and spend some time with. So that's what's going to get my vote here. Brandon, anything from you?
You pretty much took the words right out of my mouth. I have the same vote for the same reasons. I'm not really a super fast racing fan, and you know, I did play Hot Shots Golf when it was called that on the PS2 way back in the day, so I have some familiarity with the franchise. Granted, I've never played VR. I just have never had the desire, funds, or space to accommodate VR. But Everybody's Golf looks like just a fun time, just like just spend a night or two just to run around the course, just in VR and in cartoony style. So it looks appealing and it looks nice, and I'll vote for it here. But I can't really say one way or the other that I really care for the Everybody's Golf. So
yeah, Frank, how about you?
I mean, so I definitely kind of mentioned earlier, I do like racing games, and I like the arcade racing games, and I definitely associate like the Wipeout with kind of like with PlayStation, and those are good games. I will definitely back that up, like from some of the prior ones I played. But this is just like a collection of them on PS4? I didn't even know this existed.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I believe it was like an HD collection.
That definitely kind of makes sense, and but even honestly, even if it is just kind of like the older games brought to PS4, I do kind of like back you guys up there, where I'm like I kind of question the validity of that as like an option, and I would even back up everybody's golf VR as kind of what would get my vote here. I mean, kind of like Brandon had mentioned there, we're kind of going back to Hot Shots Golf, like that was always great. I do also like regular Everybody's Golf a lot. I have not played the VR version, but I imagine it's pretty much, the same, maybe with a couple extra things added. But I would definitely give my vote to Everybody's Golf VR.
All right, Cam, any piece to say on this before we move Everybody's Golf VR forward?
Just one thing. If you are not in an arcade on a fake Wave Racer, why are you playing Wipeout? That's all I'm going to say.
That's
Because you got a Vita.
No, that's Wave Racer.
Well, Everybody's Golf VR moves forward.
Ridge Racer, that's what I was saying. Ridge Racer.
There we go. I was like, I didn't quite get what you were saying, because I was like, Wave Racer, wasn't that like an N64 one?
The GameCube? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, moving on, we have Ratchet and Clank versus Amplitude. Brandon, I know you have some Ratchet and Clank thoughts, so I will throw it over to you first, because I imagine that's what's going to get your vote.
Yes, and I would like to state for the record that this particular Ratchet and Clank is my favorite of the entire franchise. I know a lot of people really love A Crack in Time, and understandably so. But for me, granted, as we kind of touched on in behind the curtain for listeners, we were discussing about favorite potential generations, about how this could all stack up the PS4 with others. And the point I brought up is by nature of technology. So this Ratchet and Clank is obviously going to look and run the best so far. We have Rift Apart coming, and I'm very excited for that game. But this one, it takes the original game, it remixes the story, and it just, for me, I just love the way it looks. It runs flawlessly every single time. It has probably the greatest hits of the series' best, most memorable weapons, like Mr. Zircon and a couple of others, and some new ones as well, like the Pixelizer shotgun is super fun. But it's a nice little fun take on the original story, kind of improves it a lot, and it plays fantastically. It's one of the few games that I wanted to play again after finishing it, and that's not something I really say about a lot of games. And the thing about this particular Ratchet & Clank is personally speaking, I feel like I'm the only one who stands it as hard as I do. I think it's one of the most underrated across the entire spectrum of games. I don't think it gets enough love. And so this game is in my personal top 10 games of all time. I love it so much. So that's why it's obvious for me I'm going to vote for this one to move forward.
Yeah. Cameron, anything from you?
Ratchet & Clank is a great game. Amplitude's Amplitude, it's fine.
Okay. So your vote goes to Ratchet and Clank then?
That is accurate.
Okay. Frank?
Yeah, I definitely vote for Ratchet and Clank as well. I think Brandon had pretty much hit the nail on the head for pretty much a lot of what I would want to say about it. I'm a big fan of Ratchet and Clank going back to the original on kind of PS2, and that the PS4 version's just the best, most definitive way to play that game in a beautiful 4K and HDR and all that fun stuff. And yeah, I kind of even agree with Brandon there too. I don't know if it gets enough love, because I definitely think that was a standout this generation, and I'm with him too, where as soon as I beat it, I immediately started replaying it and went all the way and got the platinum, and I just think that's such a fun time. I wish there was more.
Yeah, Ratchet and Clank was the first. This was the first entry in the series for me. As somebody who saw Ratchet and Clank from the outside a lot growing up, or not growing up / into early adulthood and all that stuff. I remember seeing Ratchet and Clank and being oh, the weapons in those games look really cool. I'd love to find time to sit down and play those games, and I just never did until the PS4 one. Because I fell in love certainly with Insomniac after Sunset Overdrive, and for a brief window of time there, Insomniac basically had made both of my favorite exclusives for this generation of games: Sunset Overdrive on Xbox, and then Ratchet and Clank here on the PS. Excuse me, the PS4. But that would only last for a few weeks until Uncharted 4: Thief's End came out 3 weeks later. But still, yeah, I also went back, immediately replayed the game. This is a rare game where the chase for the platinum ended up making me like the game a little bit less, because like you had to get so much experience points across all the guns or whatever, and you had to level up all the guns. And even after beating the game twice, I still had like guns I needed to level up, but there were just no more enemies for me to like kill. So I had to go back and like replay like bare bones levels and kill like 5 enemies at a time kind of thing over and over and over again just to get like the last trophies I needed for this. So I was like annoyed by that, but other than that, like I loved my time with Ratchet and Clank, and I very much look forward to Rift Apart when it comes out next year. So Ratchet and Clank moves forward. Did anybody play Amplitude? Does anybody have any thoughts on Amplitude? Like I played a little bit of it, and it's just like I appreciate those kinds of rhythm games. They're just typically not my cup of tea, so I didn't really spend too much time with it myself.
I'm pretty much with you there. Like I've played it, and I definitely think it deserves like the shout out and to be on the list. But it definitely like didn't capture me enough to really dive into it. And I do like rhythm games, but that like there's kind of that specific style that there's a couple other rhythm games that are kind of similar to that, and I just like that is really hard to get into for me too.
Yeah. Okay. Up next, we have Horizon Zero Dawn, number 3 seed, against number 14 seed Sakura Wars. I'll kick this one off. I know literally nothing about Sakura Wars, so apologies for that, but I love Horizon Zero Dawn, so this would have gotten my vote regardless. I think Aloy was a fun character. I think running around... like, this game came out, obviously, 3 days before Breath of the Wild did, and I'm firmly on the side of I love this game so much more than I love Zelda Breath of the Wild. And it stands out as like one of my favorite games of this generation in Horizon Zero Dawn. I can't wait for Forbidden West when that comes out. So Horizon Zero Dawn gets my vote here. Has anybody played Sakura Wars that wants to weigh in on that?
I have not played Sakura Wars. I can't speak to it.
Okay.
Neither can I.
Yeah. And Frank?
Yeah, no, same boat. I've definitely heard of it and seen it around, but all I know of it is like it's some kind of an anime game. Is it like a Dynasty Warriors kind of game, I guess, or like an RPG or something?
Literally have no idea. I didn't.
I
didn't take the time to like look that one up because I was just like I already know which one I'm gonna vote for and what's probably going to advance. But so everybody else is on the Horizon Zero Dawn train as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I definitely vote for Horizon Zero Dawn, especially because like this whole time I've been scrolling through Google for Sakura Wars and I still can't figure out what kind of game this is. So I mean, like I'm definitely voting for Horizon Zero Dawn.
I wrote Horizon Sakura Wars just because Frank was talking about it still. All right. Up next, I think this is probably actually the latest game on the list. Number 6, Ghost of Tsushima, and kind of the last of the big AAA PS4 exclusive games, even though you're going to get like a lot of these weird cross-gen things coming up here with the move to PS5. But Ghost of Tsushima against Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. Cam, I know you have many, many lovely thoughts about Ghost of Tsushima, so I will throw it to you first.
Ghost of Tsushima is an incredible game between whether it's the Kurosawa mode or the standard mode. It is clear that this game was developed in a way that pays homage to some really incredible directors of period pieces like this game is set to be. I will say, as far as like, while the story may not be like profound or incredible, like it's not going to be like the Seven Samurai or Yojimbo or anything like that. It does stack up as like a solid, like the story-wise, it's a solid B+ samurai movie story, and that's not a knock against it whatsoever. It's like when you talk about samurai films, you're talking about some of the greatest films that have ever been made. So for it to be like a really good quality story in a game that plays so well, it's fun to play. The story is interesting. There is camaraderie between Jin and some of the other characters. The fact that they decided we want it to take place in a historical setting, but we didn't want our characters to be tied to the history of the island itself. So instead we're going to, for example, Jin and his uncle are fictional characters. Their clans are fictional. So they can have, they were able to have a lot of liberty with that. It's a really well-developed, well-thought-out game. Sucker Punch just has really dedicated themselves to making a game that that is so good and so true to a lot of the spirit of samurai films, to the point where I forgot what developer it was, but a developer on a live stream like complained. He's like, "This is a game that Japanese people should have made. We did how was this not made by a Japanese developer?" Because it's so good. It's been praised. It received a Famitsu 40 out of 40, which is a very difficult score to get. It's been a wonderful thing to see that game received so well. I know the Metacritic scores may not have placed it extremely high. It's still the number 6 seed, of course, but for me, Ghost of Tsushima is a game that transcends itself, whether your style of play is whether you want to play in the Kurosawa mode or the standard mode. Either way, you don't lose beauty of the game. You'd think a black and white version of a game would be stark contrast, where you lose a lot of the beauty, but there's a lot of beauty in the art. And when I say the art, I mean in the actual graphical artistry of the game. When you're near the Golden Temple and the leaves are blowing all around you, even in black and white, you can tell from the texture and the quality of the leaves themselves. You can see them distinctly swirling around the ground. They never nothing ever bleeds into itself. It's just such a for Kurosawa mode to be, instead of a black and white version, it's a gray scaled out version of the game. I've talked about it plenty of times on that Nerdy Site show. It really is a true experience of a generation in a gaming generation, and I'm so glad that we got it. I'm so glad that it has come out. It came out during a really difficult time for everybody. It's just been a really great game, and I really can't give it enough praise. I love this game so much.
Cool. Brandon, have you spent any time with Ghost of Tsushima, or is this one you're kind of skipping?
No, I let this one pass me by. I will say that when we first ever saw any gameplay for it, I think for E3 2018 at Sony's last conference that they will probably ever do at that show, the one impression I took away is I love the lighting, because I remember Jin riding on his horse through this field of all flowers, and it's a very smoky sunset, and I was really impressed by the way the lighting was, and that kind of got reaffirmed with the last state of play before it released, with all the diverse colors. I remember my favorite shot from that state of play was Jin was walking between two rocks or something, and it's kind of an upward shot of the sky, and it's a sharp sharp contrast of blue of the sky on top of the scenery itself and all the different colored leaves, and I thought that was really impressive. But the thing about Tsushima that turned me away is that when it finally got into the gameplay in and of itself, and it wasn't just really trailers, just a long, unedited sequence of gameplay, it looked more akin to the Assassin's Creed style of gameplay. Whether or not that's the case or not, the way it looked, it just did not vibe with me. I did not like the way it looked, how it played. Granted, it could feel very different once you have a controller in your hands, but that was just enough for me to say, you know what, I'm going to let this one pass me by. I have particular tastes and other things on my anticipated list to divert my budget towards, so I just let it go. And as far as everybody's gone to the Rapture, the only thing I know about that game is I think a long time ago when this game came out, a complaint was that your character moved too slow. And that's it. That's the only thing I know about that game. So I'm completely fine with Tsushima moving on, all the more power to it, but I just can't really comment further one way or the other.
Yeah, I just remembered that on Everybody's Going to the Rapture as well. The your character, if you held the right trigger or something, your character would eventually kind of start jogging instead of slowly walking, but it was obtuse and people didn't catch that or realize it, or how is that even a better experience? And yeah, Everybody's Gone to the Rapture hit in that time where it was just okay, that was one of those games where walking simulator started becoming a term and a bad name for those kinds of games. And I feel I dove into it once or twice. I remember I had the I had like the PlayStation theme for it on my PS4 for a while, with like I want to say a windmill or something, and I just never got too deep into it myself. So yeah, that's it. My vote here is going to go to Ghost as well. And I think I think to a lot of your points there, Brandon. Like, yeah, this. I mean, it very much is, in my opinion, the best of the Assassin's Creed kinds of games that we've gotten, and I basically described it, I think, on the shows as like the Assassin's Creed game with the most cinematic flair of any of those types of games. The amount of kind of like color and style that they put into framing shot after shot after shot of Ghost of Tsushima certainly makes it stand out above just kind of the general Ubisoft feel of an Assassin's Creed game. And yeah, I think similar to what you were saying of like the visual like look and feel of that game, the fact that like pictures from that game flooded, I think, all of our Twitter timelines when it came out, is a testament to just how much beauty they put into it, in both kind of, as Cam said, the Kurosawa mode, as well as just kind of the native, using all of its vibrant colors to its extreme as well. Frank, did you hop into Ghost at all?
I haven't played either of these games, although Ghost is on my backlog. I'm hoping to get to it before the end of the year because it definitely looks amazing. And I am as I think I've talked about a lot, like I am a huge fan of like the Assassin's Creed and like that style. So yeah, I think Ghost is like you said, almost like the epitome of that, and I can't wait to fully dive in. I would give a shout out to Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. Like I definitely think it seemed like a cool game, although that is another one that I own and I've just never been able to dive into or start up. I think you're definitely kind of hit the nail on the head with that, where you said it's kind of like where walking simulators started to become a term and like a bad thing. And I just don't think, at least from the outside, what I heard, I don't think Everybody's Gone to the Rapture really holds up to like Gone Home or like Edith Finch, which is like a game that I love. It's like one of my favorites ever.
Yeah, I even oftentimes like I have to think for a few extra seconds when I think of what or Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. I'm like, wait, was that? No, the one I'm thinking of was What Remains of Edith Finch. Like I feel like a lot of people confuse those two, just given their their maybe naming convention or just kind of and sharing that same kind of style of game. Okay, we will move on then with Ghost of Tsushima moving forward. We come to The Last Guardian versus The Forest. Anybody have any strong feelings one way or another on these two games?
Yes. It should not be The Forest. Last Guardian, like The Forest is. I feel weird that The Forest is on this list.
I agree. I think of that as like a PC thing, really.
That is 100% to me a PC game, because that is an OG Steam Greenlight game.
Yep.
For it to be like on the list for PlayStation, like bugs me.
That's fair. This is one of those like it just recently came to PlayStation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember like seeing it and thinking like, oh, that looks cool. And then realizing it was a survival game and being like, okay, never mind. Actually, I guess it's been a couple years now. Oh, wow. So what game am I thinking of? I don't know. Because I feel like there was one that came out like earlier this year, came to PlayStation. But yeah, I echo those sentiments, but also I hate The Last Guardian. So like I'll vote for Last Guardian because I've at least played Last Guardian and know that I would not like The Forest based on just what I've seen of The Forest. But like I also just don't think The Last Guardian is a good game. I know there are people that it has its diehard fans, but I am not one of them. So it sounds like Last Guardian's going to move forward. Any contradicting thoughts otherwise?
Not for me.
Okay. Frank, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, definitely just agree with literally everything that's been kind of said there. Even the fact that The Last Guardian was not great, but
Okay.
it is. I definitely think it stands up against the Forest, or at least that's a game I could never really get into. And I think I agree with Cam, where I think that is definitely like a PC thing.
Yeah. All right, and then we come to our last matchup in this first round for the triangle bracket: Dreams versus Days Gone. Days Gone, of course, overtook Knack to make its way into this, so I can imagine already that Cam hates it. But I will put it out there to the table. This is one myself where like I love and respect what Dreams does. It's just not a game for me. Like I tried, and I'm just never gonna be the guy that gets into trying to make those games. I always joked about like, diving into Dreams and making a simulated Disneyland or something like that. And I'm like, I certainly don't have the free time to do that. I occasionally still see some of the things that people are like making in Dreams as really cool, but none of it has like made me want to hop back into that game since launch. So I actually give this one to Days Gone. Gets my vote on this. This is the most like unseeded of the two, that I'm going to give my vote to the number 15 over the number 2 here. But I'm not going to be mad if Dreams ends up moving forward, but I will throw it to everybody else on the panel. Anybody else have any strong feelings one way or another?
I do. Dreams to me is a game that I think its potential is still unrealized. I think that there's still like, if somebody were to tell me in 2 months, hey, there's going to be a big renaissance with Dreams, an update or something, or like something will happen, and that like there might be a new game that somebody puts out through Dreams that becomes like the quote unquote killer app for the game.
It'll get a No Man's Sky effect that we were talking about like before we started recording.
Certainly, and I think that it's more than a possibility. I think that is a very good reality that we could be looking forward to. I think Dreams was as a game is complex. It has its base game where you can like learn how to make a game in Dreams. You have your base modes where it had where the developers clearly put together games for you to play through. But when I look at what Dreams has as a possibility, as a canvas yet to be fully painted, I think it has more that it can provide and more than it can still do than Days Gone can really stack up against.
I mean, it's fascinating because it's basically a game engine. It's basically like Dreams really belongs in the conversation against like Unity or stuff like that.
I would say that it fits more into the realm of things like RPG Maker. Like technically these are games, but you make games in them. It's one of my favorite things that I heard coming out of the development for Dreams was the game dev jam on the train from Chicago to LA, where it was, or I think it was originally from New York to LA, and it was basically just going to be like in Chicago, like they basically after Chicago, the kind of games that people were putting out from Dreams in this very early state of the game were outright fantastic, and some of them I know carried over. But like the idea that Dreams can really be a unique platform to do this with, I think fits it into the it's sad that it didn't get the kind of like big overarching kind of like how do I put it? I would kind of put it in the same realm as Minecraft. Like if Minecraft had not gotten the attention that it got, especially from outlets, I don't think Minecraft would have been nearly as big as it would have been.
I feel like
Minecraft
actively didn't get the attention from the outlets, and it wasn't until like streamers and stuff and YouTubers really made Minecraft a thing that made outlets have to pay attention and give notice to Minecraft. So like,
I remember during the beta days of Minecraft was so big in its beta. G4's Attack
like
the
Minecraft,
Show had
Minecraft was in beta for a long ass time. So like that's all of that is like a tricky thing, and maybe that's where
I'm talking about like 2009 era, 2009 2010 era. Minecraft is a game. Anyway, Minecraft's not. We're not talking about Minecraft. We're talking about Dreams. Dreams, I feel like it still has potential to grow and be bigger and be more important. I think the conversation for Days Gone is done.
I mean, like my thinking there though, that's going to be the case for any like live game versus a one and like the game is made and done. kind of situation. Like, because my counter argument is Dreams ever going to be bigger than it was at launch, than it was, before the rest of the games this year started coming out? Like, it seemed like it got a lot of attention and a lot of buzz when it finally hit, after having been in a beta for a while there. And I don't know if like it's ever going to get a resurgence that makes Dreams more popular than it was. I feel like Dreams had its moment, and it's unlikely to like bounce back to that level.
I disagree.
I mean, obviously, that's because I was disagreeing with you. But that's like, so I think we're at opposite ends of the coin on that one.
Right.
Frank or Brandon, do you have any strong thoughts one way or another?
In terms of strong, not really, but I'm casting my vote for Days Gone because Dreams. I'm not a creative person. I don't have an iota of the creativity to like build and sculpt and make things from scratch. It's just not within me, and so that portion of Dreams I would never touch. So that goes to the curated games. And when it comes to curated games, I immediately think, okay, how much time am I going to invest sitting in menus, looking around to see something that appeals to me, try it on the off chance it may or may not appeal to me, and how many times I'm going to do that to cultivate enough games of saying, oh, this is a neat idea, or oh, that's a pretty cool recreation of like Portal or some other things I saw one time. So Dreams is a technical marvel. Like, I am impressed with it for what it is at its heart, and I think the game engine point that you brought up earlier was a phenomenal one. That is exactly what this is. It's more a creative tool set for people than an actual game in and of itself. Whereas when I think of Days Gone, it's like, okay, yes, it's a one and done experience, but at least I know what I'm getting into. I know, just how much of an investment I'm going to go through, whether I stick with it or drop it. I know it's a contained experience within itself, and if I like it, great. If I don't, whatever. I at least know it's the one thing. And Dreams is like, I don't want to get it, download it, spend hours trying to find things that look interesting, and half or most wind up working out. I don't know. It's just something that intimidates me on multiple levels, and it's like it's not for me. So Days Gone would have a better chance of me playing it than Dreams would ever would.
Okay, Frank, how about you?
I pretty much agree. Like, I think it's really cool what Dreams is doing, and I definitely love to see people doing different stuff. But yeah, that's not anything I could get into, even as evidenced by like the Tony Hawk Creative Park thing. Like, I'm so bad at that, and when you see what other people make, like, I can't even understand how they do some of that stuff. So that's only like amplified in something like Dreams. So for me, in terms of like my taste, I would definitely vote for Days Gone in terms of like what I would rather kind of play and dive into.
All right, it sounds like
Cretins and Neanderthals.
That's fine.
That's all I'll say.
Days Gone moves ahead. Like I said, I really respect the hell out of what Dreams did. I just don't think it captured what it needed to capture to like get that dose of love that like Little Big Planet got when, people were continually making levels in Little Big Planet for years. I think Dreams just got too big and ends up becoming intimidating as a result of that. And so yeah, I just don't think. And the fact that it was in development for so long, I think a lot of like maybe interest kind of waned over time before it even kind of finally launched. But I would love to see. I would love to see it get that resurgence that you hope for. I just don't. But like, given the ever busy nature of games, and we're constantly always looking at, and the industry itself rather is constantly always looking at like the next thing around the corner. It's very rare that you see something old make waves enough to come back to this. Now, it's not unheard of, obviously, with something like Among Us being, the number one game on Steam these days or something like that. This game from 2018 just completely blowing up. If something like that happens to Dreams, I will be more than happy to see that. But even if it happens, I'm still going to be much more likely to want to hop in and play Days Gone versus hop in and make or even like play the games that other people are making in Dreams. Like, Dreams is the kind of thing where it's like, oh, cool. If I see something like that on my, Twitter feed or something, I might retweet, but I'm not going to ever hop back in and really dive into that game and give it any kind of significant time, I think.
I will say, and this will be my last word on it. I never imagined a game would lose out in a bracket like this due to the base. Not base. Sorry, that's the wrong word. Due to a lack of creative urgency, not urgency, creative initiative. I never thought a game would lose because of a lack of creative initiative. That's all I'll say.
Okay. I'm sorry, were you out there making games and dreams?
No.
Yeah, okay. Like it's just not like us playing games and the games we want to play and experience isn't making games. Like there's a reason we're on the playing side of things and not the development side of things. Like if that nerdy site was run by a handful of developers, I'm sure Dreams would have a completely different place on this in this list when all is said and done. But like it's just not who we are. So again, like I'm not trying to take away anything from Dreams. I think Dreams is phenomenal. I think it's worthy of being the number 2 seed and the reviews it got for what it is. It's just not what I'm interested in. So you're looking at basically 3 people have decided that they like Days Gone better. That doesn't mean Dreams is a better that doesn't mean Days Gone is the better game. It just means for the sake of our, silly little podcast here, Days Gone wins the day. Frank, what'd you have?
Oh, no, I was just gonna make a dumb joke because going off of what you said there about how like if we were devs, maybe it would rank higher.
Oh.
And I just wondered, I was like, maybe it wouldn't because maybe we would be like, we develop games all day, so we just want to play Days Gone.
There you go, maybe. That's another point is like, who, like Dreams, did Dreams ever effectively find or be able to communicate who their audience was? I think that's one of the other things they struggled with. But moving on into the square bracket. Number 1 seed here, Uncharted 4: A Thief's End, going up against number 16, and the winner of our play-in, Fat Princess Adventures. I'm guessing we're all on the Uncharted 4: Thief's End train. Although Cam,
nope. Uncharted 4 can kiss my ass.
Cam, you're gonna go with Fat Princess Adventures.
Fat Princess Adventures is a better game than Uncharted 4.
Okay.
Let the record show.
Well, Cam is wrong on that one, I'm sure, according to the other 3 of us, right? Right. Cam, it's just gonna be Cam versus the 3 of us at odds for the rest of the show now.
It's entirely possible.
I mean, is that a genuine thing? I know you are not the biggest Naughty Dog fan.
I'm not gonna be here and being like, well, you guys are all saying this one, so I'm gonna say no. I honestly, I don't like. It's the problem with Uncharted games is that they fall into a genre that I don't enjoy playing.
Right, so that's what I was speaking to.
Yeah. That's why I'm against it. I will play Fat Princess Adventures 1,000 times, if they're like, hey, you can play Uncharted 4: A Thief's End and keep both your hands, or you can play Fat Princess Adventures but you'll lose a hand. I choose Fat Princess Adventures every time because at least I'd have more fun.
That is all right. That's a bold call.
I was just gonna say that.
All right.
Now was that very facetious and very hyperbolic? Yes, incredibly so. I said it earlier when I said Uncharted 4 can kiss my ass.
Yeah. So Frank and Brandon, you're both on Uncharted 4's side, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, of course, that's not a question to me at least.
Yeah. No, I know. So I will give you, Cameron, the chance to sing a swan song here for Fat Princess Adventures while I type in Uncharted 4: Thief's End as moving forward.
It's a game where you're trying to make your princess as fat as possible by feeding her cake. I don't know how you look at that and you go, man, that's a pretty wild concept. That's kind of nutty. Versus Uncharted 4, which is like, what if Drake had a brother that we never told you about and never inferred about, but guess what? He had a brother.
Okay.
And he's like that, and he's balding.
That is the dumbest fucking argument in Uncharted because we have
There's
spent
no good argument for this, Trevor.
We
I'm
have
not going
spent-
to be able to give you a good argument.
for Uncharted 4, like no, that the argument about like Drake's brother being like nobody ever knew about him, like
He was dead.
Nathan thought he was dead, so it's not a surprise he didn't come up in the 40 hours we've spent with him in previous adventures. Like I don't think about a lot of family members. Like, I have not mentioned family members to you guys in all of our time hanging out and talking with each other. That doesn't mean they didn't exist. It just means they haven't been part of the conversation. So
That's fair. Listen. Did I make a very dumb argument because there's no good argument for this? Yes. I stated as much.
Okay.
Like this is not like I'm not making a serious argument.
Yeah.
You told me to say something like a swan song, like a final argument. There you go. There's my final argument.
All right, but I still like that. That is just one of those like arguments
I just triggered
against.
you so hard.
It's one of those
I did not mean
arguments
to.
against Uncharted 4 that I'm always like that. It's such a lazy argument, and like it's not one that
didn't
I
know
was
that.
immune to. I mean, like I'm sure when it first kind of got revealed of like, hey, yeah, this is going to be Nathan and his long lost brother that we didn't know about. It was like, well, that's silly. But then it like as soon as you think about it, it's like, well, we've really only gotten like a few slivers of Nate's life. You know, maybe he did talk to Elena, you know, outside of this. Obviously, based on the events of the game, he hadn't really come up. But even still, like, the fact that it's justified of like, well, he thought he's been dead for 15 years. So it's like, yeah,
And
I
he
guess
thought it was his fault too.
I
So that makes
guess you
sense.
wouldn't really want to relive that or like talk about those kinds of hard memories. So I think they at least did a good job justifying the character's absence from the rest of the series.
Like it's fine. I like once again, this is similar to when I said the road did The Last of Us better, and that triggered Logan so hard. I did not know that I was walking into it like I was going to make an argument that would just like trigger somebody so hard. My bad.
Yeah.
Like it was not a serious argument I was making.
Yeah.
It's Fat Princess Adventures. There's no serious argument to make.
Fair enough. So moving forward, we have Gravity Rush 2 versus Fire Pro Wrestling World. Anybody have any strong feelings one way or another on these two?
I have strong feelings about both games.
Okay.
However, I will say I think Gravity Rush 2 is a more available game, is what I'll say. Fire Pro Wrestling World is very fun, but it's super niche because of certain restrictions versus like the PC version and the PS4 version. The PS4 version, because of on the PC version, you can download whatever wrestler you want. Like it's super easy, and there's no problems. Because of how DLC works for PlayStation and PlayStation Store, things like trademarks can be brought up and cause problems. So
yeah, I mean, like people get around that with like the creator wrestlers and stuff, don't they?
Yeah.
Like I know I saw Greg creating a ton of stuff in Fire Pro Wrestling World.
yeah, don't get me wrong. Fire Pro Wrestling World's an amazing game if you're a wrestling fan.
Yeah.
Gravity Rush 2 is a really amazing game, regardless of like who you are. Like it's a fun superhero romp of like this awesome character in this awesome world. I'm so happy it got a sequel because it's such a cool PlayStation title that really I don't think it's one of those hidden gems of the PlayStation that doesn't really get its due. Fire Pro Wrestling World, like I love it to death. Like I love the way that they went all in on New Japan Pro Wrestling and kind of focusing on that. Like it's been awesome. But if you're not super into arcadey style wrestling games, it's such a high bar for you to have to climb into. Versus Gravity Rush 2 just being kind of like a, hey, play this game, it's cool.
Mm-hmm. Frank or Brandon?
No real strong feelings one way or the other. I'm good with either advancing. In this particular matchup, I have to rely on, when we were discussing this, I have to rely on the same Thor leads you now, but the same reasoning that I had when I nominated Fat Princess Adventures in the play-in. It's just based off of the title of the name, or the titles of both games. Like Gravity Rush 2, just that sounds like more appealing to pick up than Fire Pro Wrestling World and that's just for me. Again, if one goes on then the other, cool. But yeah, I would say Gravity Rush 2 if I had to pick one of these two here, but I'm good either way.
Okay. Frank, how about you?
I would also go with Gravity Rush 2. I haven't specifically played the second one, but I actually did really enjoy the first one on Vita, and it's a really cool world. It's a really cool idea. There's just a lot of really interesting things there, and while it's definitely not perfect, I think it is kind of a little bit underrated from the last generation as well. And I definitely I like wrestling, and I like the idea that they're trying to bring back like some arcade sort of wrestling games that we used to really enjoy back in the day. But in this matchup specifically, I would put my vote behind a Gravity Rush.
Yeah, I probably echo all of what Cam said in that, with being the flip side of I didn't really touch either of these. I think I played Gravity Rush 2 a little bit at a PSX or something like that, and was like, yeah, this feels more like the Gravity Rush I played on my Vita, but I didn't really it didn't really draw me in on that one either. So I appreciate Gravity Rush more, and so I'll give it my vote, but I personally probably would have been more likely to play a Fire Pro Wrestling World, but the fact that I never did, doesn't bode well for it either. So Gravity Rush 2 advances here. But yeah, I think personally, I think Fire Pro Wrestling World as an answer to the just garbage that 2K spits out in the 2K wrestling, the WWE games.
Yeah.
Is I would put Fire Pro Wrestling World above any of those games, but obviously because those are third party and multi-platform and stuff, they're nowhere to be found on this list. But yeah, definitely give some love to Fire Pro Wrestling World. But here it is, Gravity Rush 2 advances, and we move on to Uncharted: The Lost Legacy versus Dragon Quest Heroes 2. Is anybody on this panel a Dragon Quest Heroes fan?
Nope, but I'll vote for it over Uncharted.
Of
Lost
course
Legacy.
you will. Yeah, no surprise there.
I'm going Lost Legacy.
Yeah, me too.
As am I.
Yeah. So Lost Legacy is going to advance. Cam, did you play Dragon Quest Heroes 2? Or even the original Dragon Quest Heroes, which I think is somewhere on the list. No?
No, I did not.
Yeah. It's one of
No,
those
I will say if there's an Uncharted game that I would support, it's Lost Legacy. And I say this because it has Claudia Black, and Claudia Black is she's just one of the best. She's an awesome person, and she is just an absolute wonderful talent. And I feel like there was a period of time where she was getting some work, and I miss her voice. I think she should be coming back and doing more stuff.
That'd be nice, yeah.
People should cast her.
The voice of Chloe there. Does some great work.
Also giving it the reason why Chloe is better than Elena every day of the week. Claudia Black's the voice. That's all you need.
All right. I mean, hard disagree there, but okay. Sure, you can.
Brunettes are better than blondes, Trevor.
You can
Brunettes
believe.
are better than blondes.
You can believe the things you want to believe there, Cam. On Dragon Quest Heroes 2, if I was more of a Minecraft kind of person, this is a game that may have eventually drawn me in. Because I grew up loving Dragon Quest / Dragon Warrior, but I just don't care enough about that kind of building Minecraft aesthetic. So those games just never have really drawn me in themselves.
This is Heroes 2, not Builders 2.
Oh.
This is the Muso game.
Oh, these are the Muso games? Oh, okay, then never mind. Those games do nothing for me. But yeah, so even there, the Dragon Quest brand is not enough to draw me into a game. So yeah, good catch on correcting me there. Oh well. Up next, the battle of the Marvel games. We have Marvel's Spider-Man versus Marvel's Iron Man VR. Has anybody aside from me played Iron Man?
I have
no.
not.
I don't own VR, so I can't play anything VR on this list.
Yeah,
Same.
so I've not actually played it in the final version, but there's another one I played at PAX West last year. I hopped in, I got a demo for Iron Man VR, and you feel like Iron Man. He controls and he moves and he flies around like Iron Man the way you would expect. It's all incredibly intuitive. It was a fun, great experience. That said, the hassle that goes into busting out my PSVR set has prohibited me from actually hopping into the game since it has released fully. So I haven't played the final version, but like based on what I played, I have no doubt it's a good game, but it's not gonna hold a candle to Spider-Man in my opinion. So Spider-Man gets my vote.
Same.
Yeah, Spider-Man is one of my favorite games of this generation, and honestly, I think like it's so up there. I think for all time, like it's so much fun. I played it multiple times. I like 100%ed it where I have all the DLC trophies and like I have everything for
Did
the
you
game. Like
when they came back after the DLC trophies and gave the like the new hard mode? Did you go back and get those trophies too?
Yep, I have the full 100% because I did. It's like the hard mode, and then is that when they did New Game Plus as
Yep.
well?
Yep.
Yeah,
It was
I have
New Game
both.
Plus and like on spectacular mode or whatever it was, like the new hard difficulty that they did. Yeah, I did the same thing. I went like when that all came back, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna hop in and play Marvel's event or Marvel Spider-Man again. So I'm right there with you, Frank.
And I can't even lie either though too, because now that it's also like remasters coming to PS5, if that has a different trophy list, I'm probably gonna do it again.
Oh yeah,
Like,
no, I was thinking about that just the other day. I was like, I'm actually like really excited too. Once I finish Miles Morales, I'm gonna hop in and just go get the platinum in Spider-Man PS5 again. Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. Brandon,
can't wait.
anything from you on this one?
No, I will also vote Spider-Man, but it's kind of pointless in this matchup. I will speak more about my feelings on the game when we get revisit this in the next round.
All right, fair enough. Up next, we have Neo versus Fist of the North Star: Lost Paradise. Given that Fist of the North Star: Lost Paradise is another one of those games I had not heard about at all until until this bracket kind of came out, I'm gonna give my vote to Neo because even though Soulsborne games aren't my kind of thing, I can still respect them for what they are and respect that Neo does a great job with that formula. So Neo gets my vote, and I just don't know what Fist of the North Star is personally. Frank, anything from you?
Not too much to add. I pretty much agree with everything you were saying there. Like, I'm definitely familiar with the franchise Fist of the North Star, but I think this is just another one of those like anime fighting games, or like maybe even like a Musou type game. Um, and then like you said, while I'm not a super into like the Soulsborne type stuff, I definitely give respect to Neo, and I think Neo 2 is still coming out, and that definitely is kind of a cool addition into the PlayStation sort of franchise pantheon now. So I definitely would give that my vote.
Yeah, Neo 2 is already out. It's somewhere else on this list, so we'll get to that one as well. But yeah, Cam.
Neo's a really cool game.
Yep. Okay.
Gets my vote.
Cool. And Brandon.
I have absolutely nothing meaningful to add to this matchup. Let's move on. Neo moves on.
Sounds good. All right. Up next, number 6 seed Resogun versus number 11 seed Street Fighter V. This is one I got to give it to Resogun because I've never really been too much into the fighting game stuff. And while it's cool that Street Fighter V was originally announced as a PlayStation exclusive and then actually stayed PlayStation exclusive, Resogun still the fact that was like the first PS Plus game of this generation, and just like absolutely made waves as a result of it. I think that was Housemarque had already kind of like made a name for themselves, and then Resogun, it seems like, took them up to another level that unfortunately I feel like kind of like dwindled away over the course of the generation, as we'll talk about in an upcoming matchup, I'm sure. But Resogun just leaps and bounds is a great game, especially early PS4 at launch. Anything from anybody else? Anybody gonna fight for Street Fighter V?
I won't fight for Street Fighter V, but I will say this: Street Fighter V is a really great game. However, it's the weakest Street Fighter that I think they've ever released. It had a lot of problems because when it was first launched, they basically stated up front that every character would be added singularly as DLC. So they piecemealed out and they released an incomplete roster, and then they piecemealed the entire roster out over years. And
even modes weren't in the game at launch, right? They added not only characters but modes to the game as well. So yeah, it was definitely a rocky launch.
I'd say go beyond it was a terrible launch. I don't think that Street Fighter V, in my opinion, ever recovered from it. It really impacted the pro scene very hard because You know, it's just like it never like Street Fighter 4 was a pillar of the fighting game community for such a long time. And to see just kind of the piecemealed out nonsensical like piecemealed out modes, characters, everything for Street Fighter 5 has been painful. It's been painful to see this happen to such a like really brilliant community. Seeing them getting splintered off into different games that they've left to go play because, I mean, there weren't enough characters at launch.
It's been a
You
really
have to
weird
ha-
generation for Capcom. Like
Yeah.
you have Capcom making like terrible decisions like Street Fighter 5 and everything they did with that. But then you have them doing like the Resident Evil Remake 2 and those kind Resident Evil 2 remake and
Devil
those
May
kinds
Cry
of like
5.
and Devil May yeah. Like they just have been wildly inconsistent this generation, it feels, in terms of like
I think it's the difference between beginning of the generation towards the end of the generation. In the
Yeah.
beginning of the generation, you still have like Capcom was just making bad decisions left and right. At the tail end of actually last generation, they'd been making a lot of terrible decisions, and what we ended up seeing is a very, I mean, look at like Resident Evil 6. Look at DMC Devil May Cry. While it has fans, it's like it was not a commercial success. Um, there were a lot of missteps that they made going into the next generation. Street Fighter 5, I just think, was like the cherry on top. And there's only so much people are willing to take, and so Street Fighter 5 suffered. The scene suffered because of it. They ended up having like Street Fighter 5 hasn't been a mainstay at Evo in years. And it just shows. It just shows the problems that Street Fighter 5 had. So Resogun being a game that is, I'd say, borderline transcendent, and it was given to people as a PS Plus game, and it was like that game is phenomenal. That game is a perfect game in my opinion.
yeah.
It's so good.
Brandon or Frank, anything to add? Or are you guys on Resogun side as well?
Yeah, like for me, Street Fighter V, the only thing I know about it is it was a lot of Sony's marketing in, I think, 2014 and 15, I think. And it just released to a thud, whereas Resogun, if I remember correctly, it was like the definitive game to play when at launch or shortly after launch, because it was always touted as the thing to get to play once people got their PS4. So I do vote for Resogun on those grounds.
Yeah. Frank?
Yep. No, I agree with all that, and a lot of even what's been said about Street Fighter V, and that's definitely, I think, unfortunately the case with the Street Fighter V. But I definitely put my vote behind Resogun on this.
Yeah. All right. Up next, we have Judgment versus Detroit Become Human. As somebody who's never gotten into the Yakuza games, my vote here goes to Detroit Become Human, which, while it has its flaws, I think is still a really good game, especially a game of that kind. And I just can't really speak to Judgment myself. Anybody have a different take on that?
I do.
Yep. Okay.
Judgment is it's made from the developers of Yakuza, but where Yakuza kind of delves into a criminal look at the Japanese underground, you have Judgment is on the flip side of that. You play a detective, you're doing investigations. I think that it's a different kind of story being told. It's not a crime story from the eyes of somebody like in Yakuza that's very famous for its main character Kiryu, who is doing everything he can to like stay out of the Yakuza life. And kind of like the way that it slowly over time pulls him back in and then lets him go, and then pulls him back in and lets him go in and out as it kind of weaves throughout his life. The tapestry of Kiryu's life is a really cool story told over multiple generations now. And Judgment on the flip side of that is a completely different kind of story that they're telling, and it's from the same people. It's a great. I've never played it myself, but I did watch several streams of it. It's a very cool game. I will say, against Detroit Become Human, it is a difficult game for me to try to support, because it feels very much like it feels like there was a story of that they were trying to talk about civil rights and civil liberties without any passion for civil rights and civil liberties behind it. It feels like a lot of stuff always felt and came off ham-fisted, awkward and obtuse, to the point where Marcus has dialogue options that are literally just stealing from famous civil rights speeches. And it's so beyond on the nose, and it's so beyond anywhere close to any sort of sense of nuance to it. That Detroit Become Human, I've often found just to be this just obtuse game that I've seen people say, oh yeah, well, it's a pretty good game. Like, I think the most interesting parts of that actually come from Connor's story. The other two stories, I have not found interesting at all. But that's really where I come down on it. Is I think Judgment is a team that has been telling one kind of story with a really awesome aesthetic and design to it, and then telling the flip side of that from a police point of view. And of course, this is Japanese police, not American police, because everybody knows I'm ACAB. But Judgment really does tell a different kind of story that I think is worth exploring, versus Detroit Become Human, telling a very similar story that we've seen before poorly. There you go.
Okay. Frank or Brandon?
Well, for me, I haven't played Judgment. I have played Detroit. Therefore, on those grounds, I have to vote for Detroit in this case. But both of you said everything correctly. Not correctly, excuse me. That's wrong phrasing. But I completely agree with you in everything that you said. Both of you brought up great points. But yeah, I just, if for no other reason, for no other reasoning, I guess is a better way to put it, I have to vote for Detroit because I've played it. I actually know what the game is. Judgment, I have not. And I can't be disingenuous. I have to be consistent. So.
Yeah. And Frank, from you?
This is kind of a tough one. This is one of the first ones I feel like I've just been kind of on the fence on a little bit, or I've had to think more about, because I have the platinum in Detroit Become Human. I played it a lot, and I have not played Judgment, and I'm familiar with the Yakuza franchise, even though I haven't played a ton of those either. And honestly, my first thought was to go with Judgment, because I don't really love a lot of David Cage games, and or even Detroit itself, even though I think that has been his best game. And I do think even what kind of Cam said, I agree with her. I did enjoy Connor, and I liked playing kind of how some of the story went with him and seeing some of the ways it unfolded. And I liked Hank as well. And I think even though there's a lot of parts of Detroit I don't like, I think in the conversation I was able to remember some of the things I did enjoy. And I think that was one of the times going for the platinum did make it a worse experience, because I got to see a lot of the threads and how kind of loose some of them were connected, or even just how weird some of them will go. So I definitely, but I think I'm just, to keep it a little bit easy, and I think just kind of based on some of the positivity I was able to remember for Detroit, I think I'm going to go for Detroit in this round.
Okay. I just, the last little thing I'll say on Detroit, just because you reminded me of it, this is one that I also have the platinum on it, and yeah, some of the threads and some of the ways the stories played out sucked. But this is one of those that I will appreciate my story that I had and what happened in my kind of natural playthrough of the game. But then I also really did have fun with at least one of the trophy challenges that was basically kill Connor every possible opportunity you can kill Connor, because there was just some fun in that. So it going for the platinum and seeing those other endings, while I didn't like all of the other endings, it still made me appreciate the game a little bit more because of it. I never would have known just how deep it went into concentration camps as an imagery and allegory if I hadn't gone for the trophies that were specifically tied to that ending. And when you get to those ones, oh, this is really dark. Yeah, it doesn't handle it with a ton of grace to a lot of your points, Cam. Like this, it
I'd
absolutely.
argue any grace, but
I mean,
anyway.
it's at least trying to open up those, like yes, it's doing them like in a very ham-fisted kind of way, but I feel like it's still trying to expose people to those kinds of stories in a way that is more accessible than, you know, like thinking back at I mean, especially like people don't want to think back on the Holocaust. They don't want to experience, you know, those kinds of stories. So creating like a fictional allegory for the Holocaust, you know, is a way of like sneaking that messaging into people in a way that they wouldn't have maybe otherwise experienced it.
I don't know how you could look at Detroit Become Human and say that they were sneaking anything.
I mean, like it's they're sneaking in as like, oh, I'm playing this game about AI. I didn't think I was going to dive into like the debate about whether the Jewish people were, you know, like deserve to be, you know, put into ovens and stuff like that. Like it's that's what I mean. Is like I wasn't expecting all of the different kinds of social issues that Detroit tackles in Detroit. I was expecting like, you know, oh, what is humanity, and can a robot, can an android, can an AI, you know, experience and be human. I was not expecting them to go into Holocaust territory or into, you know, full civil rights riots territory. That's what I mean in terms of like it being quote unquote snuck in. Yes, it's absolutely there on the surface, but if you didn't read anything about those games and you just went in expecting like, you know, an iRobot kind of situation or storyline or something like that, I thought you may have been exposed to more than you were expecting. Similar to like Deus Ex, was it Mankind Divided? They got certainly a lot of stuff, you know, in kind of the initial lead up to the game. Because I'm trying to think, was it Black Lives Matter that they kind of like took some kind of like sound bites, but it turned into like, you know, Synth Lives Matter or something like that, or did this predate that movement really kind of taking off? There was definitely some kind of like civil rights aspect that Square Enix wasn't handling well either, in their approach to that game. But so yeah,
it was the way that. It was when you are at the checkpoint and you are basically being accosted and harassed.
Oh, I'm talking. I was talking specifically in
in that I'm not sure.
Like Mankind Divided, there were like they had a whole marketing thing before the game even came out. The people were like,
I think that's
not going to go well. You guys aren't going to do that well. So they
I think that was like a Black Lives Matter thing.
Yeah, but anyway, so yeah, again, like I agree with pretty much all your points that like. There's a lot of ham-fisted and a lot of bad in Detroit Become Human, but it's still, I thought spoke to me certainly more than like Judgment could to get me into Judgment. So Detroit Become Human advances, but I appreciate your speaking about Judgment and kind of giving that a spotlight there.
Yeah, I think I do need to give one last thing, and I think it speaks to, because I wasn't going to bring him up, but shoot, what's his name?
David
Frank
Cage.
Literally just. Yeah, David Cage.
Yeah. Oh, like he's also a shit person. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
well, the way I look at it is David Cage. I feel like, and this is gonna speak a bit towards social commentary, but I felt like Detroit Become Human, and this is really why that game rubs me the wrong way. Like really down to its core, this is why it rubs me the wrong way, is because it felt like the attempt of, you know, when corporations go quote unquote woke, like they try to market off of
it's the Pepsi ad.
Yeah, the Pepsi ad. It's one, like Detroit Become Human to me is one giant Pepsi ad. It's David Cage, who we know like based off of like corroborated what's the word I'm looking for? Accounts, thank you. Corroborated accounts. Is not a good person. He's a real he's a real piece of shit. Like he's not a great guy. And it felt like a person who is. It felt like somebody very much facetiously and very much, like we're gonna tell this good story, but we're going to tell it for like like for fake woke points, it felt like at certain times. Like this is David Cage saying, "This is my commentary: racism, the Holocaust, bad." And it's like it felt like a very like not facetious but shallow, like a very shallow attempt at trying to find depth out of these topics that have been explored so well and better in other games than, and it's just like I cannot in good conscience give any sort of like pass Detroit forward.
That's fair. I don't envision it will make it past this next round. If that makes it feel any better, but I appreciate that, and yeah, I agree that like there's plenty to take David Cage to task on, given the shit that has come out. And it had come out before this game as well, so it's not like it happened in a vacuum or anything, but still moves forward. So we dive into our last.
Oh, I do want to give a shout out though to the Connor stuff though, because that storyline did feel very Blade Runner-esque, and I liked that.
Mm-hmm.
I liked him and Hank, like, and I did like Hank too, like in just their whole story, and I really like. My thing with Connor too is I really liked with picking the dialogue options that made him like that plucky android guy that just like didn't understand humans, because he was like when Hank gets into the argument with like the police chief or whatever, and Hank storms out, like the option with Connor is just like, hey, I'm very excited to be working with you, and he yells at him to get out. Like I just enjoyed all that.
Yeah.
I did think the way that Connor breaks out of his like programming was super cool.
True, yeah.
Cool. So our last matchup here in the square bracket, we have number 2 seed Bloodborne versus the winner of our plan round, the Order 1886. I despite my well-known hatred of Bloodborne, I'm still going to give it to Bloodborne because while I would sooner play Order 1886 again, I also can recognize that Bloodborne is a better made game, personally. So that's where my vote goes, Bloodborne. Cameron?
Bloodborne has lore, man.
Of course, yeah. I mean, Order 1886 was trying to introduce a lot of lore in there too, like Nikola Tesla out there creating a whole bunch of crazy weapons and stuff. But yes, Bloodborne absolutely has more lore, and just for the sake of like realizing we're already at 2 hours, I'm like, okay, we probably need to start chipping through some of these a little bit quicker. Frank and Brandon.
For me, if it's going to be overwhelming, if it's going to be overwhelmingly Bloodborne, so be it. I'm still going to cast for Order 1886 because I am not a Soulsborne person. I do not subscribe to the mindset of the get good mentality. If a game doesn't do it for you, you should not acquiesce to some people's thoughts or opinions about how it gets better the more effort you put into it. Great. If it does it for you, fantastic. Again, the Order 1886 is a game I played. Bloodborne isn't. So much like the last one we just did, nominating the Order, and I was going to save it for this round here as opposed to the last round because we kind of got through that last one pretty quickly, is like the Order 1886 came out in February, and when I bought my PS4 from Best Buy in June, like 4 months later, they gave it to me for free along with The Last of Us Remastered and Chappie. So yeah, that I tried it. There's so much potential. Yes, it's the thing. If you'd like to know about it, exactly.
No, I know about it.
I'll tell you about it another time. But there's potential in the Order. You can see where they're going for. The game looks great. It's just when the game is as short as it is and it's split into chapters and back-to-back chapters or cutscenes where you don't play and the wolf fights are just... I want to like it. There's potential there, but man, it just did not live up to it. But still, I have to vote for it because I played it and I'm never touching Bloodborne with a 10-foot pole. So
yeah. Frank, anything from you to add?
Yeah, because I've definitely played both. I have a lot of appreciation for Bloodborne, even though I'm not into those kind of games, and I love the art style, and I do think it is fun to play. Like, I had fun when I was playing it, and I just I really like the Order, and I really like the universe and the story and the world, and even just how it looks and like what they were trying to go for. Yeah, with everything Brandon said, I think is definitely dead on. Like, it wasn't perfect; it has many problems, but I'm honestly kind of sad that it got so burned when it came out that we're not going to get like that 1887 or whatever. We're not going to get like that Uncharted 2 of like what could they do in like a sequel. But that's why like I didn't want to drag this out or make it difficult, but I was gonna put my vote behind the Order 1886.
I mean, you can do that, and we'll roll it over into our first tiebreaker dice roll.
Do it.
All right. So we're split at 2 and 2 on Bloodborne and Order 1886. So I am rolling the dice. We're gonna say what even goes to Bloodborne, odd goes to the Order.
That is correct.
All right. So I am rolling the dice here that hopefully people can see on the screen if you're watching on YouTube, but my fellow panelists cannot. So clicking roll, and it rolls to a 4. So we said evens go to Bloodborne, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So Bloodborne takes it, moves on into the next round. But yeah, I mean, like, I echo the sentiments there of I wanted the Order to be better than it was, and was interested in, like, the eventual 1887 if we would ever get that. But I think at this point, Ready at Dawn, aren't they I feel like they got picked up by, like, Stadia or somebody.
I think they
yeah.
got picked up by Oculus to do, like, VR games.
Okay, so yeah, unlikely we're ever going to get an Order 1887, but still, shout out to that game and what could have been. But Bloodborne moves forward as a result of our first tiebreaker roll of the dice. So moving back over to the circle bracket now, and again, let's see if we can try and like clip through some of these quicker. Once we get past this first massive round, it certainly will pick up, but still, we're only halfway through the first round of 64. Last of Us Part 2 versus Knack 2. I'm going to go Last of Us Part 2 here. I think I've already made my sentiments on Knack known. Frank, how about you?
I completely agree with you. Like, this is one of those ones where I'm like, this isn't even a discussion to me, but yeah, like Last of Us Part 2.
Yeah, Brandon, I already know you think this whole bracket is The Last of Us is to lose, so...
Pretty much.
Yeah. And Cam?
Oh, like, I'll put The Last of Us Part 2 over Knack 2. Like, that game's an 8. Like, are you guys just all shocked, stunned in silence? Like, what?
You cut out, so we didn't hear anything.
Oh, sorry about
You
that.
said.
No, I said The Last of Us Part 2. Like, that deserves to move on.
Okay, cool. Cool. Last of Us Part 2 moves on. Up next, we have Blood and Truth versus King of Fighters 14. I have very little, like, personal experience with either of these, but based on, like, having seen them around the industry, I would give my vote here to Blood and Truth because I think it's a great example of what VR can do. Versus I have little interest in hopping into a fighter like King of Fighters 14. But that's just
well. Guess who does have interest?
Of course you do, Cam. So you're going with King of Fighters 14?
My vote's for King of Fighters 14. Unless you understand like the pedigree of King of Fighters and like what it does as a fighting game, like there's no point in me going into it. It's really not the most fantastic fighting game, but like I think it's better than like Blood and Truth is cool, but I've never played it. I have played King of Fighters 14.
Yeah,
and,
I mean, based on seating alone, it scored higher than half of the games on the that we're discussing today. So, like, I have no doubt it's good for what it is. It's just not going to be my cup of tea. So, but Cam is on the King of Fighters 14 vote, so we're tied at 1-1. Brandon, I imagine you haven't touched either of these, so.
No, and if given the preference, VR or fighting genre, I'm going to err on the side of VR, so I nominate Blood and Truth.
Okay, and Frank?
I do like fighting games, and I was going to say shout out to King of Fighters, still going after like 30 years. That's super awesome, and they're based
Frank,
on the reviews.
Go with King of Fighters. Send it to the dice. Send it to the dice.
They're still going hard and making some good games, and I think that's awesome. But I think you hit the nail on the head with Blood and Truth there, where like out of all the VR games we've talked about, that's the one I would really want to dive in and play probably, and I think that's really pushing the VR medium forward. So like I would vote for that.
All right, Blood and Truth advances, much to the chagrin of Cameron. Sorry, Cameron.
I mean, either way, one of them's going off to die.
Yeah,
so.
that's
true.
That's very true. Blood and Truth. I gotta figure out how to type here as my apartment gets darker and darker as the show runs on. Up next, we have Pyre from Supergiant versus Gran Turismo Sport. Personally, I give this to Pyre just because, again, I'm not the racing guy, and I really liked what Pyre did. I thought it was a great kind of like I always love the Supergiant games, and this was no exception. I haven't played Hades yet, which is the big buzz as we're recording this right now. But Pyre was great. I loved kind of the basketball / narrative mechanic of the game. So Pyre gets my vote, but GT Sport was really never gonna probably draw me in. Cam, I'll throw it to you.
For me, it's Pyre. I think Pyre's just a fantastic game. The characters are brilliant. The world and story is awesome. And I will say this: if it can make Trevor like a sports game, that's all you need.
Yeah, Frank.
I am also voting for Pyre here. As I mentioned earlier too, like I'm not a huge sim racing fan, but I do love Supergiant, and I do think this was like even one of like their better games, or at least the one I got a little bit more attached into. I've only played it at like preview events, but it was like more fun and engaging than I normally find like something like Transistor. So I'm actually was thinking about diving in recently to play this. I've been thinking about Pyre nonstop since everybody's been talking about Hades.
Yeah. It's fun fact, I first played Pyre at RTX. Well, that had been 2016, I think. Like, yeah, because it was like the month after Kind of Funny Live 2. And it basically had just been revealed at PAX East that year, but like the lines to play it at PAX East were crazy, so I was like, I'll skip it. And then it was like one of the few games on the expo floor at RTX. I was like, cool, I got to play Pyre there. Brandon, any strong feelings one way or another here on this one?
No, I've only ever had, between the two, I've only ever had any experience with the GT franchise, but that's back in the early games. I've not touched either of these, but I do want to add on to a brief little comment about Hades, how it's the game of the day. And by following that game through the no-clip documentaries over the last year, I find it comical, weird, but comical, how everybody else is now discovering this game. And watching those documentaries, it's like, they do good work at Supergiant. So, yeah, but I'm totally fine with Pyre moving on. But I would have voted GT Sport if there was more of a discussion here, but I don't care one way or the other.
Yeah, it's the game of the day. I'm pretty sure I picked it up on Epic Game Store back when it released in early access because I love Supergiant that much. But I knew I was never really going to play it in early access. So, and now that it is officially out in like 1.0, out of early access, it's on Switch. I'm at the point where I'm just waiting for it to actually come to PlayStation, because that's where I'll actually sit down and spend some time with it. But yeah, Supergiant always does some really cool stuff. So shout out to Pyre for advancing forward. Yeah, Frank.
And I was just going to kind of piggyback off that too. Like I also highly recommend those docs. It's like they're really awesome to get to see them work, and just the creativity they have and like working together and how they came up with some of the stuff for Hades. And yeah, and that's why it's awesome to see Hades like blowing up now. Like that's been such an incredible journey. Yeah.
Up next we have MLB The Show 19 versus Infamous First Light. I'll kick this one off. While I personally am much more likely to play Infamous First Light again and spend some time with it, I also fully recognize the quality that goes into the MLB The Show games. And even though I'm not a baseball fan, I'm going to give my vote to MLB The Show here because Infamous, both Second Son and First Light, just felt like such a... I feel like they were like a lackluster offering of what they could or maybe even should have been from Sucker Punch. That makes me very glad we ended up getting Ghost of Tsushima from them. But as follow-ups to Infamous and Infamous 2 on the last generation, I just wanted more out of these games. So MLB The Show gets my vote, despite having never played it or having no interest in playing it. I just from a industry side of things, I think it's a more solid title in my opinion. Frank, I will throw it over to you.
I really loved Infamous Second Son, and I wasn't as hot on First Light, even though it's not bad, but it's just a little bit of a smaller experience, and I didn't love the challenge room stuff that they really get into there. But I definitely think that would probably be where my vote would go. Although I definitely agree with what you're saying, where with the MLB The Show team, they do a lot of great work, and those are always super highly regarded games. So I definitely give them credit there. But I think I would put my vote behind Infamous.
Okay, Brandon.
I would vote Infamous. I am not a baseball fan. I find not. I'm speaking about baseball in general as a sport, not about MLB the Show specifically. I just find the sport in itself very slow, very dull, very boring, and so that's why when presented with these two games, if I had to pick one to play over the other, I would go Infamous.
Yep. And Cam, how about you?
I will say this: I've often been an Infamous Second Son defender. I also think that First Light did something that was kind of set the stage for what I believe to be a set of games that are considered quote-unquote spin-off games. I do not, like, based off of precedents, I don't think that Naughty Dog would have fully released Lost Legacy without the success that First Light had. First Light was tremendously successful, well received, obviously, where it's placed. It's, like, for such a short game, it does so much to explore, like, some untapped, unexplored stories from the Second Son, like, era, the Second Son scenario, and really helps, like, give more depth to its main character. Laura Bailey's fantastic in it. She, like, that's an absolute showcase to show why she's such an incredible talent. I have not seen her in too many things that I think she does better than that in. Last of Us Part 2 aside. Like, it really is, like, a phenomenal, like, it's a short game, but it does so much, and it has so much emotional impact stored in it, that I think it really is a fantastic game. It has to get my vote. Even though I am a baseball fan, MLB The Show, I've never really, like, picked up into it. I've never gotten into it. I'm a bit more of a fan of arcadey baseball games rather than baseball sim games. So that's just me.
Cool. I'm just trying to think. Did Laura Bailey play MJ in Marvel Spider-Man? Like, she did, right?
Oh, did she? I didn't know that.
I'm trying
I
to.
don't think so.
I'm trying to.
Is she?
Who's the actress that plays MJ? Yeah, it is Laura Bailey.
It is Laura Bailey? Okay, yeah.
So you just talking about her playing fetch in this. She was also, of course, Nadine in Lost Legacy. So if MJ makes an appearance in Miles Morales, she'll have kind of, like, hit that triple threat of, like, these spin-off games that may have been originally, like, planned as DLC games of those three kind of big titles.
Yeah.
So yeah, she's making them moves this generation. But it sounds like, so everybody's going for Infamous First Light, apart from me, so Infamous First Light moves forward. And again, I'm not saying, like, it was a bad game, it just didn't live up to what I would have liked from it. Up next, we have Res Infinite versus Matterfall. Brandon, I will throw it to you first. Do you have anything one way or another on either of these games?
Haven't played either. I know Res Infinite is VR. Aside from being announced at a PSX conference, I know nothing of Matterfall. If I had to pick between the two, I'd say Res Infinite.
Mm-hmm. Res Infinite is in VR, but it's also, you can play it without VR as well, I believe. Yeah.
Didn't it have that weird suit that some people demoed it at a convention? I can't remember.
Yeah, that's the one Greg talks about, is that, like, at PSX 2016 or something like that, they put him in a full body suit that, like, vibrated and whatnot, and it was like, yeah, it was the crazy, like, very immersive VR experience that they gave certain press people, but that was not at all, like, the normal way of playing that game. So you're going Res Infinite based on kind of what you know of the two. Okay, Frank?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, for me, this is all sort of half dozen of another, but I would probably also go with Res Infinite. That is probably the one I would probably pick up and play and have more fun with out of the two.
Mm-hmm. Cam, how about you?
Here's the thing. Matterfall is, like, neat, but Res Infinite is badass. Like, that game is rad as hell. And
Soundtrack
so that's
too.
Yeah, the soundtrack's absolutely lit. Like, it definitely gets my vote.
Yeah, Resident Infinite gets my vote here as well. If for no other reason than, like, Matterfall came out alongside another Hearthmark game, like, I don't know, a month or two apart from another one, whose name escapes me now, but I inevitably got those two games confused between Matterfall and whatever the other one was, such that, like, I'm pretty sure I played them both, but I remember nothing about either of them, apart from, like, thinking that they had really steep difficulty curves and just became not fun. So yeah, Res Infinite gets my vote here as well. Up next, we have Yakuza 6 Song of Life versus the Playroom VR. Cam, as you were the Yakuza person, I'll go ahead and give you kind of first crack at this one.
So, here's the deal. This is the Song of Life is a very, there's a lot going on in the, this is very much if you are into Yakuza 6 is a, massive thrilling follow-up to Yakuza 5. The story, really when you get into, deep Yakuza stuff, later on, I loved watching these streams of Yakuza. There was a couple of streamers who were doing Yakuza 6, who also did, Yakuza streams to celebrate it. It was awesome. The Yakuza games have this overarching story that literally spans years, real life years. And it tells a story about a man who is trying to do right by the people who cared for him when he wasn't somebody that deserved to be cared for in his mind. And he, this just continues that story. Like I said, it's about the criminal underground pulling him in and out throughout his lifetime. And the way that no matter how far you go to get out, he always has a way to drag you back in. And it's really telling the story. Song of Life is a massive and wonderful follow-up that acts as a sort of kind of conclusion to the Yakuza story, in a very wonderful way. It's wonderful. I've teared up at moments in the game. It's a emotional roller coaster that if you are deep into Yakuza, and I'm not even that deep into Yakuza, and even I really enjoyed it. So, I have to give it my recommendation over, Playroom VR.
Okay. Having not played a single Yakuza anything, I still give it I give it my vote over Playroom, just because Playroom is such a non entity kind of thing. I appreciate and I look forward to the Astrobot Playroom PS5 version, because it gave us Astrobot, which we'll talk about here in another minute or so. But it was just such a non thing. The Playroom VR. I would sooner put the PlayStation Worlds demo disc on this list over Playroom VR, just in terms of the VR experiences. But I think Yakuza 6, based on almost nothing, is going to be a more game experience for me. So it gets my vote as well. Frank or Brandon, anything to add?
I've really wanted to get into the Yakuza games, especially because now they're all remastered on PS4, and it does seem like such an amazing world and amazing characters. And I always definitely enjoy the crime kind of syndicate story, especially with stuff with the Yakuza in that Japanese setting. And it just, out of the two, yeah, I think Yakuza really takes it here, even though I haven't specifically played it. Although I will say, from my limited experience of Yakuza 6, there is the part where Kiryu's carrying around a baby, and you have to hand it to a random NPC to hold the baby while you beat up some street thugs, and then you have to go back and get the baby after you beat them up. And that gives a thumbs up for me. That was pretty funny. I liked it.
Okay. Brandon, anything from you?
I have nothing meaningful to add. Yakuza moves on. Let's go to the next one.
Okay. Death Stranding versus Riggs Mechanized Combat League. Riggs being a VR title here. I'm going to give my vote right away to Death Stranding, even though I have very conflicted thoughts on Death Stranding. Just because Riggs, while I loved the idea of it as a mech fighter kind of combat VR title, Riggs is the only VR game that has given me motion sickness. They did not have that. It's an early enough VR game that just didn't have the kinks worked out there, and yeah, it just was not a fun experience to play. So Death Stranding gets my vote here. Cam, you did the Death Stranding review for us, so I'll throw it to you next.
Yeah, Death Stranding gets my vote. Riggs had a lot of potential. I just don't think it lived up to it at all. So.
Okay, Frank.
I agree with all pretty much everything that's been said. Before you even said it, my first thought off the top of my head was Riggs made me motion sick, and so I'll vote for Death Stranding.
Yeah. And Brandon.
If a game makes you sick, you're auto disqualified. Good job, Death Stranding. You didn't. You just had to show up.
All right. And then lastly, rounding out this, we have I think the first battle of like VR titles that we've had between Astrobot Rescue Mission and Farpoint. And kind of the opposite here on this one. Astrobot Rescue Mission easily gets my vote on this one. I remember diving into this. It was one of my favorite games that year when I played it. God, that would have been 2 years ago now. Phenomenal, like 3D platformer told in VR. And it I think very aptly and correctly drew a lot of comparisons to like what Super Mario 64 did to move the industry into 3D. I think Astrobot did a great job moving gaming and platforming into VR. So it gets my vote. Frank, I'll throw it to you next.
Yeah, I definitely think I have. I was gonna say limited, but it's really no experience with either of these games on the VR side. But just based on everything I've heard, I think I would vote for Astrobot. I've heard nothing but amazing things from everybody who's played it. And if I did get a VR unit, that's probably one of the ones I would check out just to see, what all the hype was about.
Cool. Brandon.
Let's see. Between two VR titles, should I play the one that is a delightful platformer with a charming little robot, or the one that's got space spiders? Astrobot all day, every day, and every other way.
And Cam.
Astrobot.
All right. Astrobot moves forward into the next round. Let's finish out this last round of the round of 64 here in the cross bracket. Persona 5 Royal up against That's You. I give it to Persona 5 Royal here. Having not really done anything with That's You, it was much like I think we talked about an hour ago. Whenever we were ranking these play-ins, like it was pretty much being set up to sacrifice. So Persona 5 Royal takes it for me. Frank.
Yep, absolutely. I have the Platinum in Royale and 5 Original if you want to count that in, and I just think it's an amazing game. I think it's been huge this generation, and I think it's definitely been really well regarded. I'm happy to see the Persona franchise kind of blow up in a bigger spotlight and get some of the recognition I think it probably deserves. And definitely think it is a much more meaningful title than That's You.
Cool. Brandon, I know Persona 5, much to your chagrin, kind of ended up taking the crown in round in the season 2 of that Ultimate Video Game List show. What are your thoughts on this one?
You just love to twist a knife, don't you? For this matchup, I don't care one way or the other. Good job, Persona 5 Royal. You'll move on because even though I'm not into Persona, but it's head and shoulders above That's You by giant miles. So.
I was giving you the layup if you wanted to say, yeah, that's right. Fuck you, Persona 5 Royal. I'm voting That's You. See if we can knock you out in round 1 here.
No, I am not my co-panelists from that season. No, I am not those people. Move on.
All right.
Who was the co-panelist of that season again? Shout out
it was Zyger, Aaron Muller, and Scott White.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, that's Zyger's there, yeah.
Yeah, Zyger definitely threw a wrench in some things. Cam, anything from you?
It's Persona 5 Royale every day, all day. Like, are you like no bones about it?
Okay. Move on. Moving on, we have Infamous Second Son versus Alien Nation. Even though I kind of lamented, Infamous earlier when we talked about First Light. Matched up against Alien Nation here again, I will say like Housemarque for me never really kind of like recaptured the Resogun magic, and while I liked Alien Nation, it also had a lot of issues at launch and stuff like that. And even with all that, I would still probably prefer playing Infamous Second Son, despite all of my previously mentioned gripes about Infamous. So Infamous Second Son gets my vote here. Cam, how about you?
It's Infamous Second Son all day.
Okay.
I've talked about how that game is like, I'm a defender of that game. I'm just giving my piece now about it because it's definitely not going to win against Persona 5 Royale. That is a game about a story of brothers, and you don't know that when you start playing it. By the time you're done with it, like, as a quote-unquote second son, as like like I've gone into on several podcasts in detail about like how that game like personally resonated with me in a very deep and cathartic way. So like I love Second Son. I don't like it's tough because like I think that a lot of the hate it gets is not valid, but it's definitely like the hyperbole around the hate on Second Son. I feel just kind of like gets really intense sometimes, and it's unfair because the game is not bad.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So Cam's going Infamous Second Son. Frank, how about you?
I also go Infamous Second Son. I'm a big fan of that game. I really loved it. And it was another one of the ones I kind of beat and then went back to replay on like expert mode, I got the platinum. That was actually the first platinum I ever got. But going back to the beginning of the generation when there wasn't a ton to play, I do think that was a pretty big standout game. And I think it does kind of suck that it's been a little bit forgotten after the rest of the amazing generation we got.
Yeah, I think it was my first PS4 platinum, but then I was like, no, because I played Lego games that came out like right at launch, so I'm sure I got the platinums on those before Infamous Second Son eventually came out. But it was probably my first like Sony first party game platinum on the PS4 generation, but I did get that one as well. Brandon, any final thoughts here on the before we move Infamous Second Son forward?
I've not played either of these games. If given the choice between the two, I would try Alienation, but I'm completely fine with Infamous moving on. And again, as you alluded to, this is a long podcast, so let's keep this rolling.
Yeah. Neo 2 versus Concrete Genie up next. Frank, let's start with you on this one.
I would definitely go with Concrete Genie. I think I played it a little bit at preview events. I haven't actually gone through the full game, but like we mentioned, I'm not really into that Soulsborne style type kind of game, so I would probably pick that over Neo.
Okay, Brandon, how about you?
Between the two, a Soulsborne-like game and a game that reminds me of Cool Greg. Gotta always side with Cool G on this one. Concrete Genie all day.
Okay, Cameron.
Cool Greg is truly the homiest of homies.
True.
Shout out to him. Nothing but love. I don't know if it's a joke or not that he's currently on the run for the police, but I hope it's a joke.
Yes, I'm fairly certain that that is the case.
Good, because that guy deserves nothing but love and greatness. Because he's just such a cool guy. I love Cool Greg. But I have to actually say, if it was Neo 1 versus Concrete Genie, I'd have to go with Neo because Neo has some of, not only is the core game really great, but it has some of the best like DLC expansions that I've seen from the current generation. To the point where I would argue that the expansion to Neo 1 with, and this is really super biased for me because Date Masamune is my favorite Sengoku era.
So before we dive
Japanese
too
guy.
deep down this rabbit hole, it's not Neo 1, it's Neo 2. So let's
Neo 2.
just way up against
let's
the
move on.
games.
Yeah. Sorry, I was literally about to go right off the rails. Thanks for grabbing me, Trevor.
Yep.
I like that we've been podcasting so long that you definitely can pick up on these things. It has to be Concrete Genie.
Yeah,
I think Concrete Genie is a very unique game that does a lot.
Yeah, Concrete Genie takes my vote as well. It was always going to be tough to get a Soulsborne to win out over me, but Concrete Genie was just such a fun, whimsical, little magical game that I think is another one of those like underrated gems from this generation that hopefully more people sit down and spend some time with, much like Ratchet and Clank that we talked about earlier. Final Fantasy VII Remake versus Killzone Shadowfall. I'm going to throw it to you first on this one, Brandon.
My second favorite game of all time against Killzone. Sorry, Shadowfall, I'm not voting for you. If anyone really wants to hear my thoughts, me, Trevor, and Cam did a lovely spoiler cast that was 3 hours that this podcast is going to dwarf. Anyway, go out and listen to that. That's fun for all of our in-depth thoughts on that. But Final Fantasy VII Remake takes the day for me.
Yeah, same here. I had never got into any of the Killzone games. Was that you, Cam, that said same?
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Like totally seagulling it here. Same.
Yep.
Same.
Frank, anything from you?
Yeah, I am even a Killzone fan from the ones on like PS2 and PS3. I wasn't a huge fan of Shadowfall, even though I played it kind of at launch of the PS4. And even though I'm not a huge Final Fantasy guy, I would even agree. I would go 7 Remake.
Yeah. Cool. Up next, am pretty much already able to just move on Tetris Effect, but Tetris Effect versus Until Dawn Rush of Blood. Cam, of course, I'll give you a bit here to sing your love of Tetris Effect.
Tetris Effect is the greatest game of all time. There is no competition. There is no like we're second place. It's so far down. It might as well be the chasm, the abyss at the bottom of the ocean, the Marinara Trench, whatever. It's so
the Marinara Trench. I think you mean Mariana Trench.
Thank you.
But I like the idea of a Marinara Trench.
Pie with meatballs and cheese.
Listen, all right. I'm fat and I'm hungry. So yeah.
Tetris Effect, you sang a lot of love for on the first season of that Ultimate Video Game List show. It gets my vote as well. I didn't play Until Dawn Rush of Blood, but it seemed like a pretty straightforward on rails shooter in VR. So yeah,
it didn't look good.
Yeah, Frank, you also on Tetris Effect?
Yeah, I would definitely vote Tetris Effect. Like I mentioned before, I am a huge Until Dawn fan, but that whole Rush of Blood thing was just like, okay, like it just didn't look good, and it definitely seemed like almost like a cash-in.
Yeah, that was definitely another game until they gave it the Until Dawn paint, coat of paint. How about you, Brandon?
If I were to ever play VR in my life, Tetris Effect would be the one game I would try and get first. I know you can play it without the VR, but I think the true Tetris Effect experience should be done in VR. I know Xbox has Tetris Effect Connected that they're about to put out here pretty soon that they announced a while back. But yeah, Tetris Effect looks and sounds super awesome. So I think that's the one VR game I would play above any other.
Cool. Next, Nino Kuni.
Sorry, go ahead. Nope, because you don't, trust me, you do not want me interrupting for what I was about to say. Let's
okay,
move on.
Cool. Yes, Tetris Effect moves on. Up next, Nino Kuni 2 versus Dragon Quest Heroes, which is apparently the Musou side of things, not the builder side of things that I was thinking of earlier. So I give this one to Nino Kuni. Again, I'm not going to be a Musou guy, and even though I never really put any time into the Ni no Kuni games, I know that they are lauded as classic JRPGs with great stories behind them. Cam, you have played Ni no Kuni stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ni no Kuni 1 is a really heart-wrenching tale about a boy trying to he accidentally gets his mother killed and he's trying to bring her back to life. And it's this awesome monster tamer gatherer game. It's a little bit of fantasy RPG, it's a little bit of Pokemon, it's a little bit of Studio Ghibli. It's whimsical, it's wonderful, it's definitely 100% got my vote to go forward.
Okay. Brandon, how about you?
I do not know either of these games well. I had the same problem as you did earlier in this episode, Trevor. I initially mistook it for the builders, and that's not a good sign for branding, so that's why I'm going to go Ni no Kuni 2 on here.
Cool. And Frank, anything from you?
Not too much different. I would definitely also just vote for Ni no Kuni 2 in this one.
Okay. Up next, Orcs Must Die Unchained versus Everybody's Golf. I haven't thought of either of these games in some time. Well, I guess I've probably thought of Orcs Must Die more recently, because the third one came to Stadia just recently, so people were talking about it. But I definitely give this one to Everybody's Golf, which was just a ton of fun for the admittedly brief moment that it had in the spotlight, but I really enjoyed hopping into it and spending a lot of time with it over the course of a couple months. So Everybody's Golf gets my vote. Frank, how about you?
Yeah, same here. I love a good arcade, fun, just golf game like that. Even going back to the ones we used to play, like Hot Shots and stuff like that, or even old Mario Golf. So that would definitely get my vote out of these two.
Cool. Cam?
Everybody's Golf, 100%.
Okay.
Orcs Must Die. Also, this is a problem I have. Orcs Must Die is not a PS4 franchise. It's not a PS4. This upsets me. Once again, this is a Steam game. This is a PC game.
It's another one that slipped through the cracks in the originators kind of rankings, I'm sure. But Brandon, how about you?
I can just pull the same thought processes from not only the last Everybody's Golf we did matchup earlier, but also other critiques that both of you shared about this being on the list because of other platforms. So yeah, let's just keep going.
Yeah. My favorite little tidbit there, lastly, on Everybody's Golf is this is another one I played at E3 the year I went, and the stations they had at the Everybody's Golf, everybody's player was made up, like all of the avatars that you could play as were made up to be Shuhei. So that was fun.
Name a better game mode.
Yeah, there you go. And lastly, here in our first round, we have Shadow of the Colossus versus Predator Hunting Grounds. Cam, I will throw it over to you for the first vote on this one.
It's Predator Hunting Grounds for me. Oh wait, no, versus Shadow of the Colossus. Ooh, that's oof. Skip over me right now. I need to.
Okay.
I need my thoughts.
Okay.
I did not think about this. I have written down here what I chose to go forward, but I'm in thought.
Okay. Frank.
For me, I think this would be Shadow of the Colossus. I think that's a great game, and I'm really happy to see it really remastered and brought into the future, and like definitely looking really beautiful. I think Predator is a cool game for like the reasons we talked about earlier, but I think out of the two, I would go Shadow.
Okay. So I will go here. Like if this was a PS2, I would absolutely go Shadow of the Colossus, even though I don't like Shadow of the Colossus. Because it's PS4, my lack of liking Shadow of the Colossus like wins out here. Because like PS4 is the first time I actually played through all of Shadow of the Colossus after years and years of everybody being like, "Oh my god, this is such a great game," and it's like, it's a fine game, absolutely hampered by controls, just like Last Guardian was. So of these two, I give the upset to Predator Hunting Grounds myself, because I just think like, hey, Shadow of the Colossus, much like my current arguments right now that I'm putting out on Twitter all the time of like how much better could Super Mario 64 have been if it had been given like real care and love into like updating the controls, because they kept the controls of Shadow of the Colossus so closely tied to the original, it just felt like a chore to play. So Predator Hunting Grounds gets my vote here. Brandon, how about you?
In 2015, when The Last Guardian got announced, I got so caught up in the hype, having never played Eco nor Shadow of the Colossus, that I got the combo package on PS3, and I hated my experience with both of those games so much because of the controls. I played Eco first, so that should have been a clear indicator to me not to go Shadow, but hey, I got the game, might as well try it. And from the word go, it fought me every step of the way, and I hate that freaking horse so much for having to be pixel perfect position for me to try and jump onto it. It always got into my way. Navigating and trying to defeat the Colossi were just a pain. It was one of the Genesis games of my policy of do not get a game because other people love it and you want to experience that love. We will address that later on in a future round for another game. But I hated my time with it so much, I will never play it again. Even though Predator is buggy from what I've seen and heard, I would much rather play Predator than play Shadow again.
All right, Cam, so we come back to you. Predator's up 2-1. You can either take us to a tiebreaker or you can seal Shadow's fate and move Predator on to the next round.
Tiebreaker.
You're going to a tiebreaker? You're voting Shadow of the Colossus here?
Shadow of the Colossus is so good. I hear the complaints about it and it's like, fine. Those are your complaints about it, whatever. Doesn't matter. That game is so... That is a game that when people ask me, like, is there a game that you would put in the hands of people who... If you could put... Like, I have seen... It's weird because despite all the complaints about the controls, I have seen people who don't play video games at all have picked up that game and, like, killed their first Colossus. And it was it was an endearing experience. I saw somebody who thought video games were boring and lame, and she was a friend's girlfriend, and she like literally sat down and played Shadow of the Colossus, killed her first Colossus, and said, "Hey," and like looked at her boyfriend and said, "We need one of these. You have one of these, right?" And he said, "Yeah." And she goes, "Well, you need to get this game." And then she beat it, and now I don't know how long that lasted, but for that to be like. To me, in my group of friends, Shadow of the Colossus became kind of like the quote-unquote Skyrim experience. people who didn't play video games played Skyrim, and they're like, well, I want to play Skyrim.
Okay.
It was one of those games. So I look at Shadow of the Colossus as something that's like a touchstone to me personally, but also as a game that I hear everybody's complaints about how it's played, but I've seen people who don't play video games play that better than some people who play video games who play that game. So I don't know. Some people are just built differently.
I am on the dice roller again then. So evens will go to Shadow of the Colossus. Odd will go to Predator Hunting Grounds. So I'm rolling the dice now, and it rolls to a 6. So even Shadow moves forward. So back to the document, and Shadow of the Colossus survives to live another day. Cool. All right. Now finally on to our next round, our Sweet 16 round. No, we're only in the round of 32. No, we're only in the round of 32. We just finished the round of 64. So before we move forward, do you guys need like a break or anything? Because I can always edit stuff out of the podcast if we need to.
I'm good to go.
Okay.
Let's power through.
I'm
Let's
fine.
do this.
All right, back over to our triangle bracket. We have our first matchup in the Sweet 16: God of War versus Until Dawn. God of War gets my vote. I fully respect Until Dawn, but yeah, God of War I think is just like such a masterpiece of this generation. So that's are we all kind of on the same page on that one?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
I definitely think so. I'm sorry, Until Dawn. I feel like you didn't get to shoot your shot appropriately, but it is what it is.
And here's where like the benefit of like moving forward is everything will go a lot quicker at this point because we've already talked about a lot of these games and given a lot of them the love that they needed. Kind of maybe knowing that they weren't long for this world. Up next, Everybody's Golf VR versus Ratchet and Clank. I think based on kind of our previous conversations, I'm guessing we're probably pretty much all in Ratchet and Clank's camp on this one. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's definitely my vote.
Yeah.
Same here.
Okay. So Ratchet and Clank advances. Then we come into, this will be probably one of our more contentious bouts potentially. Horizon Zero Dawn versus the recent Ghost of Tsushima. Cam, I'll throw it to you first. I'm guessing I know you're going to go with Ghost, but if you have any particular arguments of Ghost over Horizon.
I do. Horizon Zero Dawn, I think one reason I would want to give it to Horizon Zero Dawn is because I feel like that game did not get the credit it deserved. It came out like just before Breath of the Wild, which took the world by storm with kind of its approach to open world progress and processes. Ghost of Tsushima is such a... I gave the argument for why it deserves to win this in the last argument when I talked about it. It is a work of art. It is phenomenal. The gameplay is wonderful. Whether it's regardless of whatever weapon you're using, regardless of whatever ghost tool you're using, there is such a wonderful experience in, there are a few games that make me want to just, clear out camps. Especially towards the late game where the camps are pretty massive and can, if you're not careful, can definitely, wreck you. It's so good in its approach to, we're going to tell a story of a Japanese samurai film, and it's done in such a way that it amazes the Japanese audience, and the people who made it are a bunch of dudes from Seattle. There is such a reverence for what Tsushima actually was, which was a brutal massacre by the Mongol horde who invaded, and were thrown back. For people who don't know, the original, the actual story is that what caused the Mongols to retreat eventually was not one super powerful or super cool samurai guy, but was actually just a typhoon.
Yeah, bad weather.
Bad weather. Bad weather sent the Mongol horde back, not once but twice. And that's where the term kamikaze comes from. It means divine wind. And even though it's taken on a much more brutal and much more difficult term to use now, at the time, it literally was the god of weather, Susanoo, blessed Japan's survival. And by casting the Mongols out, casting their ships out to sea and forcing them to retreat. It was quote unquote divine providence that did that. In this game, you get to play Jin, whose name means wind, and you like the story about it, the story of the ghost, the legend that you grow, the way that the conflict that you develop between Jin and his uncle, and what it leads to in one of like the most like brutal and poignant moments in recent gaming memory for me.
Oh yeah, just to I don't think you're gonna head this way, but just to cut it off, like let's avoid spoilers.
I'm avoiding spoilers for
Yeah.
sure. Like there are so many amazing points in that game where, like characters aren't black and white. Even the Mongols aren't quote unquote evil. They're just invaders. They're conquest. They're conquerors. They're there to conquer Japan, like they've conquered everywhere else in the world. So like it's not that they have a prerogative, they have an agenda, and they are going to do everything they need to do to complete it. In the Mongol tradition, people who subject themselves and surrender are treated well. And like the Mongol society did not hold grudges against people who were former enemies, who later joined the what at that later would be known as the Khan dynasty.
All right, so
that
you
was
are
part of the benefits.
you are
Oh, sorry.
firmly in Ghost
sorry.
Camp.
Ghost of
we
Ghost of Tsushima is by far it is to me a better game, and it does a lot more than what it does. And that's not to say that Horizon Zero Dawn doesn't do a lot, but I just think Ghost of Tsushima is a better game.
Okay, Brandon, over to you.
Horizon is my 2017 Game of the Year, and since I haven't played Tsushima, as we established last round, just by that alone, I would nominate Horizon Zero Dawn. But I will want to say here, because I don't think I said it last round, that finding out what the actual title of the game actually means was one of my favorite revelations that I've experienced in games in quite some time. So I really, really enjoyed Zero Dawn, and I'm very looking forward to Forbidden West.
Cool. Frank, how about you?
I definitely. In this case, I definitely think I would go with Ghosts. Even though I haven't played it, I have played Horizon. I beat it. I played it when it came out, and it had a ton of hype around it. And I'm not saying it's a bad game or anything like that. I definitely think it is a good game. And it's very beautiful and has a lot of like great things going for it. But I didn't really like love it. It didn't really connect with me, and especially with like a lot of the hype it got around then. And so out of the two, I think I would go with Ghosts, especially because that's even right now that's the one I'd rather play.
Okay. I'm gonna tie it up for Horizon then. I very much love Ghost, and it's still obviously way more fresh in my mind than Horizon is. But like Brandon, Horizon was my game of the year it came out. Ghost is not likely to take my game of the year this year, and not that like means it can't be better than the best game of 2017 for me. But I think Ghost does do a lot of great things, and there's a lot of beautiful visual in there. The Tsushima Island is, a fantastical, beautiful kind of place. For me, it comes down to like I was more consistently enjoying combat in Horizon. Taking down each, giant beast felt like this crazy fun accomplishment. Versus combat in Tsushima for me ended up being a very mixed bag, a very double-edged sword. Actually, is the analog I wanted to actually pull in, because while I love like the standoff mechanic in that game, when like the game advances and characters start like stuttering at you and you can very easily fail a standoff. It became the point that I just stopped wanting to do those and just would go in and try and brute force my way through camps, which would often lead to me dying a lot and just became less and less fun because the standoffs became tough and because some of the, trying to stealth kill my way through something was possible, but was also going to take like way more time than I wanted to spend with something. So like while I loved Ghost's combat, I also very much became frustrated with it at times, versus I was pretty consistently enjoying Horizon Zero Dawn. So Horizon gets my vote, which ties it up. So we're moving that on to a dice roll. So I'm rolling the dice here. We're going to say evens go with Horizon and odds go with Tsushima. So rolling the dice, and it rolls onto a 5. So Ghost of Tsushima advances. rest in peace, Horizon Zero Dawn. But Forbidden West is going to be really cool.
It's gonna be
Oh,
awesome.
for 3 on these tiebreakers. Dadgummit.
Wah wah. I almost swapped it out because the one I've wanted to win, I think both times, was like even, and so I didn't want to appear as being like biased, and so I was like, maybe I'll go with Ghost being even this time, and Horizon, but I just decided to keep it like the top one is even, the bottom one is odd, and sure enough, we went odd that round. So Ghost advances, and then we're on to Last Guardian versus Days Gone. As I said earlier, I am not a fan of The Last Guardian and Shadow of the Colossus kinds of games, so Days Gone gets my vote here for many of the just gameplay reasons we've already touched on. Frank, throw it over to you.
Yeah, I mean, out of these two, I definitely think Days Gone is the way that I would go. I don't, God, I guess you could both argue that they're both a little bit rough around the edges, but I definitely know, I haven't played Last Guardian, but I definitely know all I've heard is that it definitely didn't really shape up to be anything amazing, especially after such a tortured development. It's kind of amazing it ever came out, but I think out of the two, Days Gone is just where I would put my vote.
Yep. Brandon?
I would rather play a game with bugs, as in Days Gone, over a game with horrible controls and finicky AI with Trico in The Last Guardian, so Days Gone gets it for me.
All right, Cam. It's a moot point, but where would you go?
I'd go with I'd go with Days Gone over Last Guardian. I think Frank echoed my thoughts exactly. So
cool. So Days Gone advances, and let's move down into the square bracket here. We have up first Uncharted 4: A Thief's End versus Gravity Rush 2. Cam, as the Naughty Dog hater, I'll throw it over to you first.
I don't like that. I don't like that term. I don't like it.
I know. I'm kidding.
I do not appreciate it. Just because I screwed over The Last of Us in that Ultimate Video Game List show.
Sorry.
Season 1.
As the Fat Princess Adventures lover of things, I'll throw it to you first on this one.
You know what? I'll take that. That's a badass title. That's a badass nickname. I love it. So, like, Biddity Boppity Boo, Uncharted 4, whatever. It's not what I'm going for. Gravity Rush 2. Gravity Rush 2, I think, is a more unique game. I think it has a distinct art style. It feels like it is an unknown gem from the PlayStation library and catalog that I feel Cat is such a great mascot character. It's so filled with missed opportunities from the public to come and appreciate this game. It's not the game's fault. The game's amazing. It's people's fault.
Fair enough. So you're going Gravity Rush 2?
Yeah, of course.
Right. Frank, over to you.
I would definitely go Uncharted 4 in this case. I mean, I know we've talked a lot about both games, but I think I would just go with that over Gravity Rush 2.
Yep. Brandon?
Uncharted 4 is one of my top 5 favorite games of all time. It is my favorite Naughty Dog game. Yes, that does include The Last of Us Part 2, and it's just probably one of my favorite experiences that I never tire of every time I replay it, so it gets my vote.
Yeah, it takes my vote as well. Uncharted 4 is going to advance. I did a spoiler cast with Irrational Passions on it back when it came out. It is my favorite of the Uncharted games. I'd have to really probably hem and haw over where it falls against the Last of Us games, but as a culmination of Nathan Drake's story, I love that it built on everything that had kind of come before, and I thought it just did a great job kind of closing out that story, so gets my vote as well. So Uncharted 4 moves on. We move into the other Uncharted battle, Uncharted Lost Legacy versus Marvel's Spider-Man, and I'll kick this one off. As much as I love Lost Legacy and the potential it inspires of telling more Uncharted stories, because at the end of the day, I just want Indiana Jones adventures kind of thing in a gaming space. There's fun there. Let me have more of those with great characters. But there's nothing, very few things in this generation felt as good as just swinging around Manhattan as Spider-Man. So Spider-Man gets my vote on this round. Frank, I'll throw it over to you.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you there. I mean, I definitely, again, both great games, and I do think Lost Legacy was a cool kind of maybe a little bit of smaller bite-sized Uncharted, but man, yeah, Spider-Man definitely takes that for me.
Cool. Cameron?
It's definitely Spider-Man for me.
All right.
Love Claudia Black. Love Laura Bailey. Love that they got their own spin-off game. I know it's really loved and appreciated, but Spider-Man is such a like like just out of this world great game. It's definitely the winner for me.
Yep. And Brandon.
The record will show that it's not a unanimous decision, but that's totally fine. I love Insomniac, and this is like one of the main titles that they've done that I have not played. I want to care about Spider-Man. I want to care about Spider-Man Miles Morales, and I'm speaking on a property level, not just these games specifically, but I'm not into superheroes, man. I'm just not into that kind of game. And this,
I forgot.
don't get me
Yeah,
wrong,
you-
Spider-Man looks, and it from what I've seen, plays, the story, it seems, all of these criteria are phenomenal, class, grade A quality. It's just I just don't care about Spider-Man as a character or as a property. And fun fact, when it was as successful as it was, I got depressed because it unseated Ratchet and Clank as their most successful property, and I thought for sure they would never touch Ratchet and Clank again. But hey, I'm very proud to be proven wrong with the upcoming generation here. But yes, I do want it to show 3-1 with the Lost Legacy getting the vote. Again, I played it, haven't played Spider-Man, so.
All right. You're
I
weird.
forgot you hate superheroes.
That's I've probably
Hate
blocked
and
that
have
out
a
of my
dislike
mind.
for are two different things, Cameron.
Yeah. Up next, Neo versus Resogun. Again, while I respect what Neo does, I would much sooner hop into Resogun, even though Resogun is, absolutely going to be as brutally difficult to me, I'm sure, because I'm getting older and slower in gaming than compared to Neo. But Resogun, I think, gets my vote just because I'm much more inclined to want to sit down with that one. Cameron.
This is hard. This is a really hard one because Resogun to me is a perfect game, but there is Date Masamune DLC for. No, that's what it comes down to. It's DLC. It's additional content. That should have been the main. That should have been part of the main game. That should have been a bigger part of the main game because Date Masamune is the best. So it's gonna go to Resogun.
All right. I mean, you could include the DLC that comes in with Neo as part of Neo.
I do include it, but the fact of the matter is that they had the idea for this Date Masamune storyline in Neo, and that really should have been more of a main focus, and it shouldn't have just been DLC.
All right.
Date Masamune is, in my opinion, the best samurai daimyo from the Sengoku era, and you cannot convince me otherwise.
Okay. Brandon, I'm guessing based on your distaste of Soulsborne that you're also going to be on the Resogun train on this one?
Yes, sir. Next matchup, please.
All right. And then Frank, just for the sake of argument, where would you have fallen? Resogun as well?
Yep, that would also be Resogun for me.
All right. So rounding out the square bracket here, we have Detroit Become Human versus Bloodborne. And again, while I'm significantly much more likely to want to ever hop back into Detroit Become Human, just because I don't like Soulsborne games, I still would give Bloodborne the edge over Detroit Become Human on this one. I think Bloodborne as like a PlayStation exclusive has been such a people who love Soulsborne games have loved being able to hang their hat on it, and people have been clamoring for Bloodborne 2 for forever. The fact that Demon's Souls is going to be released as a PS5 launch title is a much bigger deal than I thought it was going to be, but it is, and people are loving it, so Bloodborne gets my vote here. Cam, how about you?
It has to go to Bloodborne for me. As somebody who loves, as somebody who really loves both, sorry, I was looking at my bracket. My bracket had Judgment going forward. Obviously that didn't happen. Detroit Become Human, if you want to hear why I think Bloodborne is better than it, listen to everything I said about Bloodborne. I didn't say much about Bloodborne. Bloodborne's an awesome game I'm just going to list the categories of reasons why it's better and why it's a great game. Aesthetically, it's incredible. It totally encompasses this gothic horror meets Lovecraftian, Elder God style phenomena. It is so in depth with this deep horror genre that's so otherwise super niche, because sure, Lovecraft is big, other stuff is big, but for this kind of distinct niche that it's in, it's phenomenal. The setting is incredible. The city design is like wild and crazy and awesome. Creature design is
has
amazing.
way more nonsensical lore, plays better. I get it. You're on Team Bloodborne on this one.
And its lore is top tier and so good.
Yeah.
So
Cool. Frank, how about you?
Yeah, I would definitely vote for Bloodborne out of the two of these. I definitely think it's probably the one I would rather like revisit or replay out of the two.
Yeah, and I'm guessing you're gonna make it another 3-1 split, Brandon, and vote Detroit Become Human.
I have to stay on principle. I have to be consistent. I've played Detroit, have not Bloodborne.
Yep. Fair enough. All right. So Bloodborne advances into that round, and then back over to the circle. We have Last of Us Part 2 versus Blood and Truth. I don't think I'm out of line in assuming Last of Us is going to be the one that advances, but if anybody would like to speak otherwise, let me know. Okay. I think we all touched on like Blood and Truth, cool for what it is, but VR is just not quite there for us yet compared to what The Last of Us Part 2 did. Pyre versus Infamous First Light. This seems like a toss-up to me, so I'm going to throw it over to, let's go with Brandon first.
Between the two, I don't have strong feelings either way. I guess I would say Pyre, because I think Pyre is a contained experience, and First Light is not really the primary Infamous of the generation this year. First Light is a standalone, and it's not DLC. Is that right?
Yeah, it was a standalone.
Okay, yeah. So that kind of muddles it even more for me. Yeah, I might as well stick with what I said originally. I'll just go with my gut feeling, instant snap decision. I'll say Pyre.
Okay. Cameron.
you know, even though I had on my bracket that Infamous First Light would be going forward, I have to give it to Pyre. I think Pyre is just as a game, like it just does so much with as little as it has. It's such a there's such a detail towards minimalism in Pyre that that is intentional. It's not because we didn't want to dedicate as much resources. There's an intentional minimalism to what they expose and what they tell. And really when you get to unlock more of the information about each of the characters, they're astounding and well written and well rounded. And so I really have to give it to Pyre. First Light is awesome because of the story that it tells, but it does have, unfortunately, it's weird that I'm about to say this, a little brother issue. Like it's not like it's the first time a game's tried to do this, I feel. Technically what would have been an expansion or like a big DLC decides to go as a standalone game at a lower price point, and I think that it while it did set a precedent for success, I have to give it to Pyre. I just think Supergiant is just such a brilliant development team, and they just really knocked it out of the park with Pyre, which is a game that you wouldn't expect out of their team.
Cool. Frank.
I would also go for Pyre out of these two.
All right. Yeah. My final thoughts on Infamous First Light there, because I'm also going with Pyre, so making that one unanimous. But Infamous First Light, I think it's very easy to get caught up in the idea of like the little brother kind of parallel that you mentioned. But I actually look at it a little bit different in that it was DLC that grew beyond like what they expected. And so they just made it a bigger thing as opposed to just making it, a little $15, $20 like DLC experience. They made it, they put enough time and effort into it, much like they did with Lost Legacy, much like it seems like they're doing with Miles Morales, that it was like, hey, this is enough of... We're putting enough behind this that we think it should be handled as a standalone game, as its own thing. You're not going to get as much out of it if you haven't played the other stuff, but you don't need to have played the other stuff. And I guess Left Behind had done this as well before this had, where it was basically like, hey, they made the commitment to doing DLC, and then they started making Left Behind. They were like, this is something we're proud of as a standalone product as well. So yes, it'll be included in, people who had the season pass or whatever, but if you didn't, you can buy this as its own thing and enjoy this story as well. So shout out to Infamous First Light, but Pyre is the one that advances. Resident Infinite versus Yakuza 6. This is, probably one of the only ones in this round of things where I haven't played either of the games. But I would still give based on what I've seen, I would give it to Res Infinite myself, just because I think that's a much more like engaging thing for me to pick up and play versus Yakuza 6. It's going to have the hurdles of having not played any other Yakuza game. Do I really want to dive in with 6 as my first one, or do I need kind of every other past game to fully appreciate it? So Resident Infinite gets my vote here. I'll throw it over to you, Cam, if you want to argue for Yakuza.
I made the argument for Yakuza in the last round. I don't think I would need to remake it again. I think it was like an easier win because of the game it was up against. But to me, Yakuza 6 is... I think you can play Yakuza 6 without playing the prior games. I just think you can appreciate it a lot more if you have.
Yeah.
Or you've watched other people play them like I did. I haven't played the game myself, but I've definitely watched people play it. Yakuza 6 is a story... Like, the story in Yakuza 6 is poignant and powerful, and is definitely, like, the fact that it gets told and it's the conclusion to Kiryu's story is such a important thing. It's, like, it is a pivotal conclusion to an epic, like a modern epic in our times. From, if you think back, Yakuza 1 on the PS2, the game series having transcended multiple generations, getting to the point now where it's Yakuza 6, the Song of Life. That it has meaning. That name has meaning. It's not just some wonky Japanese title. It is the conclusion to, and I don't want to get into spoilers, so I won't. But it is a conclusion to his story that is so, like, it's the conclusion to the story of the Dragon of Dojima. It's the conclusion of this being pulled in and breaking out and pulled back in and breaking out. It's a final conclusion to an otherwise, like, it's just a long epic tale of hardship and struggle that that is then about like finding solace and comfort in like conclusion and finality, that I think is just so good and so well done and so well told, while at the same time being a fun, quirky Japanese game where you go to karaoke bars and there's a karaoke singing mini game. They're like the game, and like you run around doing like errands for some people if you want, as side quests, because there's tons of side quests in the Yakuza games if you want to like really explore the district that you're living in, and it's a very immersive title because of that. So I feel like it just Res Infinite is cool. It's awesome as hell. Like it's flashy and cool, but it doesn't have the same like raw emotional impact to me that Yakuza does. So Yakuza has to get my vote.
Okay. Frank.
Yeah, I definitely agree in this case. I mean, I think they're both great games, and I think you raised a lot of good points when you were talking about Res Infinite, but I would vote for Yakuza.
Okay. And Brandon.
Between the two, both have unique barriers of entry. One because of VR, the other is like the end of a story. And between the two, I just find Res Infinite more appealing to me, personally.
That's, again, I think I'm trying to check this out, but I think Res Infinite is playable outside of VR. I don't think you need VR to play Res Infinite. Yeah, looks like it's just it is a straightforward, you can play it on PS4 without, or within VR. Yeah, it says PSVR mode included, but it is not innately a PS4 game. But
that makes my vote stronger for it in this instance then.
Okay. So we're tied up on Resident Infinite then. So I will slide back over to the dice roller, and so Even has Res move forward, and Odd has Yakuza move forward. So rolling the die, and it's a 2. So Res Infinite moves forward. Rest in peace, Yakuza. Enjoy your Song of Life for years to come. And I'm glad that Yakuza is getting like new life, especially now that they have so many of them have come to Xbox, which is another element of this where it's like, is it PlayStation exclusive anymore? I don't know if Yakuza 6 is over there or not, but shout out to all the people that are continuing to get exposed to that. Like I've loved following Brittany Brombacher, aka Blonde Nerd, from What's Good Games. I've loved her excitement for Yakuza that came out of nowhere this year. So last run in this bracket, we have Death Stranding versus Astrobot Rescue Mission. I will kick things off again, championing Astrobot here. I think it does something super incredible for the medium it's trying to do, and I think just outside of that, it is a great standalone adventure. I'm excited that like the Astrobot game is the pack-in game for the PS5 because hopefully that'll give people more exposure to just the wonderful level design that they've done. Death Stranding I had a very complicated relationship with. There were times where I really enjoyed running around that world and kind of building out like ideal delivery paths between encampments and stuff, and it was incredibly oddly prescient that this game about everybody being in isolation and people having to deliver packages across the world because of crazy viruses was 6 months ahead of its time or whatever. But ultimately, Astrobot gets my vote here. Cam, how about you?
Yo, shout out to Jarrett Green for basically saying Kojima predicted the COVID-19.
Yeah.
I have to give it to Death Stranding on this one. I think it's very interesting because I think both games are doing their part to push gaming as a medium forward. I know that might be controversial when we talk about Death Stranding, but I actually, to prepare for this, I pulled up my review of Death Stranding. And I think when I look back on how I felt about the game, like I gave it an 8. I think it's a great game. It's tough because once again, this is a game that at certain points ham-fist something that didn't need to be ham-fisted at the end, to the point where it very much gave me a detrimental experience at that. But I think about what it does, what it tries to do, is it really does try to push this idea of what an independent game concept can be at a AAA level. I think when you take what Death Stranding is on paper, that's an indie title. That's what you would expect out of an indie title. To see it get the support and development for it to become this AAA game that I think is very special. That definitely kind of pushed into an awkward place for gaming that definitely rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. But at the same time was very true to its artists, the directors and artists' original message and concept, and that didn't get lost in corporate development. So I think that for me, Death Stranding is the one that has to go forward.
Okay.
I think it does do that, but I think at the end of the day, I think both games do kind of I don't want to say pioneer, but they definitely push forward their a new place in their respective mediums to an incredible extent.
Okay. Brandon, throw it over to you.
I have not played either of these games, though, fun fact, because I was so captivated by the fallout from Konami and Kojima, I followed Death Stranding closely. And even though I have not played Death Stranding, I actually have watched a supercut of the story, and there is some awful writing in that. There's just some things that are just, oh, good Lord. And Astrobot seems to be a much shorter, much more contained experience, a lot more easier to get through and to enjoy. And on that ground, that's why I'm voting Astrobot.
Okay. Yeah, if you watch a supercut of any Kojima game, I think you'll encounter a lot of bad writing, because it's not necessarily what he's driving at, and the concepts he's trying to tackle are certainly much bigger than the dialogue, which I just don't think is his strength. And it's entirely possible there's just a language barrier issue there. So that's 2-1 for Astrobot. Frank, where do you fall?
Yeah, this one is a little bit tough, and this is another one where, again, I think it is both pretty good games that I don't really have a ton of experience or attachment with. But I guess in this case, I would just go with Astrobot probably. That is probably the one I would rather pick up and spend time with, honestly.
Okay, Astrobot advances then. Yeah, I mean, Death Stranding, again, to not crap on it fully, yes, it has a lot of rough writing and a lot of, much like Detroit Become Human, very on the nose, characters and names and all sorts of stuff there. But there was also this incredible zen to I've cleared out an area, so now I'm just gonna build up my level and build the pathways going back and forth between these encampments. There was a lot of fun there. I always hated, though, when I had to, like, build into new areas and you can't actually build anything. You just have to, like, slowly trudge towards the next place on the map and avoid all of the, ghost creature things that are out to kill you. Like, that was always the biggest hurdles for me. Like, I loved once I got to a place and opened up the map. I hated getting to those places. For me, was my Death Stranding experience. But shout out to that game, and then shout out to Astrobot for moving forward. So down into the cross bracket, we have up first Persona 5 Royal versus Infamous Second Son. Frank, where do you fall on this one?
This one is also tough because these are both great games that I definitely like both of them a lot. I have the platinum in both, and yeah, I really do love Infamous Second Son, but out of the two, I think I would go with Persona 5 Royale.
Okay, Brandon, how about you?
Since I've played neither, it really doesn't matter to me for this particular matchup which side of the record shows what I voted for, so I really do not care one way or the other which lasts on. Since I have a strong feeling Persona 5 is going to move on regardless of my vote, I'm just going to go ahead and just say my vote is just officially that it's going to be vote for Persona 5.
See, that's noble of you, because knowing that, like, it has the potential of going up against Final Fantasy VII Remake, I could easily see you voting for Infamous Second Son here to try and, like, cut Persona 5 off at the pass and make Final Fantasy's pathway to victory easier. But
I know my co-panelists. I'm not stupid.
That's fair. I mean, like, but it doesn't matter though. Like, you don't have to try and make deals on this one.
Exactly.
So Cameron, where do you fall on this one?
I've talked at length on prior podcasts about my love for Infamous Second Son, but Persona 5 Royale is, in my opinion, like, outside of it, I didn't care for the new, like, true ending. I thought that it was, like, awkward and not as great as the original true ending. That's really my only complaint about that game. Other than that, it's absolutely stellar and wonderful, and definitely takes the cake for being an incredible game this year. Yeah, it's got to go to Persona 5 Royale.
Okay, so Persona 5 Royale is going to advance. I also, of these two, give it to Persona 5. Personally, I was quite content to not even hop into Royal, but I did, and I spent another 100 hours with that game. And I wish my biggest thing is I love the stuff they add into Royal, and I love the changes they make to the combat to make just that game an all-around better experience. I just wish I didn't have to go through 80 hours of game I'd already gone through twice before, back when I played Persona 5 the first time. I wish I could have just kind of experienced the new stuff as a standalone. I wish this had been an Infamous First Light kind of situation where I could just enjoy, the alternate take at the end of this game, as opposed to having to retread through all that other ground. Because, while it's all great, when you know what's coming, when you know those characters, when you know those story beats, I didn't need to hit it all again. But it still gets my vote. So Persona 5 Royal moves on. Concrete Genie versus Final Fantasy VII Remake. Right now, I will say, like, Final Fantasy VII Remake is my game of the year right now, so that's going to get my vote. But I very much love what Concrete Genie did. I thought it was such a charming, wonderful game. It is one of my favorite VR experiences because they just kind of give you a little sandbox, and the art that you can make throughout that game, like, they give you basically 3D VR versions of a lot of those things. Like, you could paint stars in the sky instead of just on a wall. And it was just a delightful and wonderful, charming game. But Final Fantasy VII Remake surprised me in how good it was and how much it blew me away. And what it does for the Final Fantasy VII story as a whole, I love. Again, without getting into spoilers, I gave it a 10 on the site. It's the last, formal review I've put up on the site, and it got, a 10 as that phenomenal game, I think, is what our 10 is. So I really love that one. So 7 Remake gets my vote. Cameron.
For me, it's got to go to 7 Remake. It is what it is. I think you kind of finalized everything best, so.
Cool.
Shout out to Cool Greg, though.
Yeah, shout out to Cool Greg, indeed. Brandon?
I've already said it already. My second favorite game of all time, current 2020 GOTY leader. Again, we've already surpassed this by this point already, but we've already discussed this game on its own for 3 hours by itself.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to be speaking it a little bit more in the next round, but for this one, it's a clear choice for me.
Yeah. And Frank?
I'm definitely on the same page as y'all. I think the Final Fantasy VII Remake definitely takes it in this case.
Cool. Moving on, Tetris Effect versus Ni no Kuni 2. Just for the sake of you, Cameron, I vote Tetris Effect here. Admittedly, I haven't played Ni no Kuni 2, but even if I had, I love Tetris Effect. It was a wonderful experience. So Tetris Effect gets my vote. I guarantee it gets Cam's vote, so I don't even need to throw it to you, Cam. Yeah. Frank, where are you at?
As the only person here who's played Ni no Kuni, I can say with authority, Tetris Effect is a better game.
So everybody good with Tetris Effect moving forward?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yep.
That's what I would vote for.
Cool. And then rounding out the round of 32 here, we have Everybody's Golf versus Shadow of the Colossus. I still, again, just can't get behind Shadow of the Colossus myself, so Everybody's Golf takes my vote this round. Frank,
for me.
you're voting Everybody's Golf as well?
Yeah, I'm with you there. Out of these two, I would definitely take Everybody's Golf.
Okay. Brandon?
Since Shadow of the Colossus is the only game of the entire 70 plus that's on this bracket that I actually dislike, then of course I'm going to go Everybody's Golf.
All right, Everybody's Golf moves forward.
Didn't even ask me, Trevor.
Well, it's three to whatever you vote for, so it doesn't even need to. But I was going to throw it to you. Do you have any parting words for Shadow of the Colossus, Cameron? Obviously, you gave it a very nice shout in the last round, but I will give you a kind of a farewell send off for it. You there?
Yeah, I quoted the protagonist. That's all.
Oh.
No,
Okay. Cute.
That would be you just being like Agro.
Yeah. All right.
Agro.
So Everybody's Golf moves forward. Probably weirdly probably one of our bigger upsets of the game because that's a 10 seed upsetting a 2 seed. But yeah, shout out to that. Well, I guess also Days Gone has made its way past a 2 seed as well as a play-in game. Back to the round of Sweet 16 triangle bracket. God of War versus Ratchet and Clank. I will throw it to you on this one first, Brandon, because I know your love of Ratchet and Clank.
And I'm fully okay with Ratchet and Clank most likely going to lose in this round, but I want it on record. It's my 10th favorite game of all time, God of War's 16th. When I compare these two games, for me personally, it is splitting the thinnest of hairs. The only reason why I would give the nod over Ratchet and Clank than God of War is twofold. Ratchet and Clank is shorter and more easy to get through, and second, as near perfect and flawless as both of these games are to me, I'm able to point out, I should say, one or two more scuffs on the near flawless armor on God of War than I am able to for Ratchet and Clank. So, again, totally fine with God of War moving on here, but I just want the record to show my vote is officially for Ratchet and Clank.
Appreciate that.
My vote is also for Ratchet and Clank.
So there you go. That's I didn't think it was a lock that it's going to move forward. So Cam's going to vote Ratchet and Clank. I will say, regardless of where this goes, how cool is it that we get sequels to both these games theoretically in 2021?
My top two most anticipated games.
There you go.
Top tier, man. I'm excited.
So we got 2 for Ratchet and Clank. I'm obviously going with God of War because it is my favorite game of all time at this point. Where do you fall on this one, Frank?
Definitely, again, love both games, and I guess I want it to be known that I do love that Ratchet and Clank game, but out of these two, I think I would also go God of War. I really do think that God of War PS4 is honestly one of the most amazing games ever made. One of those ones I would want to show people who don't play games.
All right. It comes down to a tiebreaker between God of War and Ratchet and Clank.
I don't like my odds.
God of War.
RNGesus, listen to me, please.
God of War going to be the evens. And what sucks is I am recording this, so because I could totally just lie to you guys and be like, "Yep, God of War moves forward," since you can't see my screen, but I won't, and it will be for posterity on the video version of the show. But God of War is going to be evens, and Ratchet and Clank is odds. So let's click the roll, and we get a 6. God of War advances. Thank God.
So close.
I mean,
I cannot catch a break, man.
yeah, you are 0 for 4 on that. Yeah, it sucks for you. RNG,
I think I'm like 1 for 4.
RNGesus hates you. I would not have been sad to see Ratchet and Clank move forward because Ratchet and Clank again is a phenomenal game. But it
what an upset that would have been. What an upset.
I mean, yeah, that certainly in
I
the
wouldn't stop
broader
laughing.
scale of things would have been an upset, but that's such is the way the cookie crumbles. That would be the game that I would curse Logan's name for all eternity for not showing up to this podcast for, was that we had to go to RNGesus for that if Ratchet and Clank had won, but so be it. So now
Looks
we
like
come.
Trevor and Frank have been saying their prayers to RNGesus.
Yeah, so now we come to Ghost of Tsushima against Days Gone. And even though Ghost of Tsushima obviously was not my pick and RNGesus beat me out on that one, between these two, I give it to Ghost. Ghost of Tsushima takes my pick. I've been a champion for Days Gone all along. I still think Days Gone is a great game, but I think Ghost of Tsushima does everything Days Gone does, but better. It like significantly better, I would say, across the board. So Ghost of Tsushima gets my vote this round. Cam, I assume it still gets yours.
Of course.
Yep. Brandon, where are you at?
Because I've not played either games, I'd have to go with the one that I would actually more consider. And since we've already discussed at length, Days Gone has had some issues, while Ghost has been mostly praised, that more inclines me to play Ghost than Days Gone. So my vote is also for Tsushima.
Okay. And Frank, round us out.
Yeah, same for me as well. Definitely vote for Ghost out of these two.
Cool. All right.
Dude, shout out to Days Gone.
Yeah, Days Gone, made a run for it, coming in as like a play-in. Didn't
Straight
even
to the Sweet 16, man.
yeah. Yep. They're in the Sweet 16.
Like playing
yep.
number 2 to the Sweet 16. That's tight. That's good.
Yep.
Talk about an upset, man.
Down into the square bracket, we have Uncharted 4 up against Marvel's Spider-Man. This is another going to be potentially contentious one. I know, especially in a lot of my back and forth with Brandon in advance of this, there was a lot of talk of like, Uncharted and Uncharted Lost Legacy both being in the same bracket, and how does that match up? I did never really think that they were going to go head to head, so obviously they aren't here because Marvel's Spider-Man came out. And as much as I love Uncharted 4 and a culmination of Nathan's story, my vote here goes to Spider-Man because I think just not only is it a standalone experience that you can just enjoy out the gate, but I just love the gameplay of Spider-Man over the gameplay of Uncharted, because Uncharted is much more about the story and those character interactions. And while Nate and Elena is probably a much more fun dynamic to enjoy than Spider-Man and MJ in this, it doesn't it doesn't outweigh them enough for me that Spider-Man gets my vote in this one. Brandon, I given your already dislike of superheroes, I already can assume you're going to go with Uncharted 4 on this one, correct?
Again, as I've said this entire time, a game I've played over a game I haven't, just on that principle alone, just automatically makes me vote Uncharted 4. But I do want to say that even though I have a very strong inclination Uncharted 4 is not going to move on, at least Uncharted 4 is like just a contained, thorough experience, and it achieves everything it accomplishes, as does Spider-Man, but Spider-Man has so much more to it that is optional or that you can do. Like I know if random crimes come up, you can swing around and go do those, which actually gives incentive to just keep living in that world, and I recognize that. But for me, I prefer not to have all that extra stuff to distract from when I play something. So that's why Uncharted 4, when going against Spider-Man specifically in this matchup, outside of my personal playing of one game and not the other, Uncharted 4 for me.
Yeah. Frank, how about you?
I definitely love both games, and I'm a huge Uncharted fan, and I think I pretty much agree with pretty much everything you said. I think where that Uncharted 4 is the culmination of that series, and I think it was so amazing, and I definitely got so attached to those characters, and I was so happy to see them again and just kind of see how it all wraps up. But Spider-Man is just, I think, something super special. I honestly do think that Spider-Man game is one of my favorites of all time, and even just something that Brandon had mentioned there, I think it does an amazing job of actually making you feel like Spider-Man, where you get distracted from the things you're trying to do in your life, and you have to go stop random crimes just on the street. I think that was something really amazing we've never really got to see before, so that gets my vote.
Okay. And how about you, Cameron?
I got 4 words for you. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Radioactive Spider-Man. Insert sweet guitar riff as we move on to the next bracket.
All right, Spider-Man. Moving forward, I will also I will celebrate that Spider-Man also suffered from being in the same year as the behemoths of God of War and Red Dead Redemption 2, so it was always the also ran game of that year. So I love that it's getting a little bit of love here
It
from
beat
us.
both Uncharted titles, man.
Yeah. All right. And then on this we have Resogun versus.
Oh, shout out to Tom
Bloodborne.
Holland. He's in both franchises.
There you go. Yeah. Yep. Neither game, but both franchises, indeed. Shout out to Laura Bailey, who was in both of those games, as her respective characters. Resogun versus Bloodborne. This is where again, I would much rather play Resogun, but I also have played enough Bloodborne to respect what Bloodborne is doing and what Bloodborne means to the PlayStation. To the PlayStation 4. So Bloodborne gets my begrudging vote here, even if I never want to hop back into that game, but I'm sure I eventually will on some kind of torture stream or something like that. But Bloodborne gets my vote over Resogun in this round. Frank, how about you?
I agree with that as well. I would much rather go back to Resogun as well, probably just talking about what we'd rather pick up and play. And that's how I've been sort of ranking some of the other ones. But in this case, I think I'll default to the other side, where I just have, I think, a greater appreciation for Bloodborne and what it tries to do. And I think I'll give that my vote this time.
Okay. Brandon.
Much like how I've been consistent in matchups of a game I've played versus a game I have not, I stay with that same consistency between two games I have not, and that is which one would appeal to me to pick up, and that's why I'm going Resogun.
Yep. And Cameron.
So here's the thing. Bloodborne is not a perfect game. Resogun is a perfect game. However, it is important, you pointed it out, it is important for us to recognize that during a time when PlayStation exclusives were in problematic development phases, some of which never left, or came out incomplete and to trouble and trepidation, there was a single exclusive that was the pillar that so many PS4 fans PlayStation fans could just rally around as this is our banner, this is our pillar game, this is our banner game, this is our triumph, and that's Bloodborne. Bloodborne, versus every other Souls game, does more to reward you for the effort you put into it, to the point where it feels almost equal. Sure, I'm dying, but I'm learning a little bit more each time, and not a little bit. I'm learning a lot more each time. I'm picking up more souls. The things that I'm doing are developing and pushing me forward. There is a locomotion of me moving forward in this game. And even though, Trevor, you hate it, you made progress in that game. You went forward. You made progress. It's not a game that...
Took me 4 hours to beat the Cleric Beast, but I beat the Cleric Beast.
Hey, that's the thing, though, is that there's so many people who are well, this is hard, and, I don't want to make, it's a good argument. It's... Bloodborne is the, what I consider the exception to the you have to get good at it. It's... The game will teach you if you're willing to, learn it. And it's a lot more... kind about that than other Souls games. So I have to say, because of its pedigree, its history, even though it's not a perfect game, which Resogun is, it does take my slot to go forward.
Yeah. One of the other things I will give to Bloodborne is, given the increased rate at which we've seen games with kind of the parry mechanics and the counter mechanics and stuff like that, even as I'm playing through Marvel's Avengers right now and playing that over and over again, playing Bloodborne for that extra life stream of 24 hours straight that nearly broke me a few years back, made me much more receptive to that shift in the industry. I always look back at even Final Fantasy 15. I was better at Final Fantasy 15 because I had played Bloodborne. I was better at God of War because I had played Bloodborne.
Also, how much money did you end up donating to Extra Life because of how many times you died?
My deaths was 176, maybe 160 something. It was 100 and something, between 160 and 180, I think. is what I gave personally. Because I gave what did I give, $1 each death?
Yeah,
and I want to
and
say
you,
I think I
other
had,
people matched it. So
yeah, Greg Miller matched, and a lot of people just were giving throughout. Much appreciated, of course. And yeah, I want to say I want to say the final count was like 163 deaths, which is like, because I had done like, okay, worst case scenario, how much am I going to be giving away this? I was like, it's 24 hours. There's going to be like loading times and stuff. So there's no way I can die this many times. Right. And so when it ended up being like 160 something, I was like, it was under what I had predicted. I think I had predicted somewhere like the 200 deaths range. So I did get better at the game than I expected. I did get, not, if not good, I got better a little bit. So yeah, shout
that's
out.
what the game's about.
So Bloodborne moves forward. But yeah, shout out to Resogun, which was a phenomenal game for especially as a launch title of last generation.
I will say,
yeah.
I did want to make mention. In Resogun, it's a game about saving humanity and saving human lives. With Bloodborne, Trevor did contribute to helping human lives.
There you go. Moving back over to Circle, we have The Last of Us Part 2 versus Pyre over here. And so, like, Brandon and I had a lot of back and forth going into this. Because Brandon was like, I want to reshake up the bracket because I think Circle is just such a one-game bracket. And I was like, no, I think there are games in there that would give Last of Us Part 2 a run for their money. And I hadn't necessarily been thinking of Pyre at that point, but as we get here, I'm going to pick Pyre over Last of Us Part 2. Because while I love Last of Us Part 2, and I think it is a phenomenal game, I think Pyre does better what it is setting out to do than Last of Us Part 2. I think Last of Us Part 2 has a lot of like slow bits, and it could have benefited from being edited down, being a bit more streamlined of a story and experience, versus Pyre like doesn't outstay its welcome. Pyre is, for me, was a great experience start to finish. I loved going in even after playing the game and just kind of enjoying the back and forth quote unquote battle mode of pitting your team against the other teams within the game is just kind of like free play kind of stuff. So like I this isn't one of the ones I was thinking of when we had those back and forth conversations, Brandon, but now that we're here, I give my vote here to Pyre. Whether or not that's going to win things out, I don't know. I don't care. It sounds like Cameron, you're with me in Pyre on this one.
Yeah, I think for a lot of the same reasons, actually. I think The Last of Us Part 2, like, there are so many parts of that game that I love. And it's funny because actually my feeling is that the streamlining, like, there is a sudden shift from, hey, I'm able to walk around and do stuff, to being very much in a streamlined, like, typical Naughty Dog fashion. But the parts where you were able to do a little bit more, there was a little bit more choice in, like, where you went and what you did and what order. Like, you could totally miss the bank and not get the shotgun there. And so you're rewarded for, like, being adventurous and going in there. Like, there was a lot of times where you were rewarded for being a little bit more adventurous than you might otherwise be in a Last of Us game. That being said, I think when it comes to storyline direction, there's a very strong attempt to do something that is story-wise, like, not risky. Risky is not the right word, but definitely, it's definitely going to be controversial. It's definitely going to be difficult to pull off. And in the end, I don't feel, and I know this is up to debate, like, this is definitely personal opinion, I don't feel like they landed. I don't feel like they accomplished that. And if you want to know more about what I'm talking about, we did a Last of Us Part 2 spoiler cast, where I really go into, like, my feelings about, like, what I felt like landed and what I felt like just did not and crashed. And what kind of partially landed but definitely, like, had its issues. So go there if you want to hear more thought, like well-versed and more fleshed out thoughts on that.
Yep.
But Pyre is a game that knows what it's going to do, sets out what it's going to do, and accomplishes it. And I mentioned it earlier when it was up against Infamous First Light. There is something about Pyre that is so keen on a minimalistic standpoint from character introduction, story being developed. Like, it's funny because you mentioned it doesn't outstay its welcome. Literally, characters don't outstay their welcome because, like, part of the story of Pyre is that they move on, and it's a really cool way of giving you a diverse cast of characters in a uncomplicated way that I feel these characters land so well, and I liked all of the characters I met in Pyre. I just think that's something Supergiant does super well. But for me, like, because it accomplishes what it sets out to do so well, the execution of that is, in my opinion, better than The Last of Us Part 2, and that's why I put it over it.
Yeah. All right, so I'll throw it over to you, Brandon, to try and convince Frank otherwise, or I don't know where Frank's falling on this, but to sing The Last of Us Part 2's praises against Pyre, because at this point it has to come back and at least go into a tiebreaker round.
Throughout this entire bracket, even though I've been outvoted in several instances, knowing full well the outcomes, I didn't really argue it because at the end of the day, it kind of doesn't really matter. This is all in good fun. But I don't think there has been a single statement I have disagreed with more than the statement of that The Last of Us Part 2 does not accomplish what it sets out to. The Last of Us Part 2 does, and it does not care about any player's feelings or it's any player's hopes or preconceived notions of what they want or what they think is going to happen as that game goes on. The Last of Us Part 2 is a game that, as of right now, let's see, we are at the end of September as of this recording. So this game came out at the end of May. We're about 3-ish months. That's a game I still can't revisit on an emotional level because of how that last few segments of that game is handled, because of just what the story does. And it does that deliberately, and it does that with the idea of, this is the story we are telling, and we are not going to give you the choice. If you want to keep going, you're going to experience what we're going to tell you. If you go back to 2016, at that panel, right after they announced the game, Neil Druckmann stated, literally, there are going to be fans of the first game who are going to love this game, and there are going to be fans who are going to hate this game, and it's going to be for several reasons. From the jump, this is The Last of Us. The Last of Us 2 is the game that they wanted to make. Everything about it. Do I agree with some of the decisions that are made, both story-wise, location-wise, and gameplay-wise? Not really. There are a couple of parts in that game where I'm just, I really wish it was different. But again, that's to my point. It doesn't matter what my hopes or wishes or wants for this game was supposed to be, because it is a deliberate focus on, this is what we're going to do in every aspect. And they do it exceptionally well. The game is, technically speaking, is a wonder to just marvel at, the way it looks and the way it plays. To Cam's point, especially that first huge opening area for Last of Us standards, in that opening several hours of the game, that lets you go off and explore if you want to. If you don't, that's fine. That's your prerogative. But everything it does and it presents you as to the player, it does exceptionally well. So that's the one statement that you've said that I would disagree with, just on a foundational level, about what The Last of Us Part 2 is. As for Pyre,
just real quick
Yes.
to throw out, because I think it was my comment that you were responding to there. I'm not saying they didn't achieve what they set out to. I think they do. I just think Pyre does it better, because I think there are parts of Last of Us that were over-designed and that drag on a little bit. So it's like, I mean, I don't disagree with anything you just said. I think it is exceptionally, a story exceptionally told, even if it's not like the story beats I would have told. My issue comes in that there are moments that outstay their welcome, or the areas are just so big that there's a lot of like downtime because I'm having to traverse over, segments of a map where there's just nothing to do, there's nothing to find, there's nobody to shoot or anything like that. So it's just those are my issues with the game. I'm not saying that it doesn't achieve what it sets out to achieve. I think it does, and I think it does very well. I just think Pyre does it a little bit better.
And as I've already stated many times, I can't speak to a game I haven't played, so I can't comment on Pyre. All I know is that its basic story premise and basic gameplay foundations. I can only speak to The Last of Us Part 2. And in that, even though I can go back and do the first one several times because that game is old hat for me and I enjoy the story from beginning to end, this one takes a little... I still have to recharge my emotional batteries on it. But again, this game is phenomenal in everything it does. And to your specific point, how you just said that there was too large of a downtime in certain segments, to speak to that personal statement, I personally didn't feel that way. I think it was paced well for me because it was the pace I wanted to take. So I wanted to explore that huge open area. To avoid spoilers for the second half of the game, even though I'm not all that 100% behind that decision, I did not necessarily mind going through a large portion of that, which there are segments of that second half that are a lot of walkthroughs. I personally do not like, if I had to pick one thing I do not like about that game, I do not like the last area because of story reasons. And it's a letdown. But the areas themselves, the scenarios you're having to be put in, having to dance around this without spoilers is so hard.
Yeah.
Just the way that they present it is like it's fantastic and phenomenal, and like it's like, what's the best way to put this? That final segment is like putting everything you have experienced in front of you, and pretty much says, okay, you have this one last thing that you have to go do. This is everything that you have gone through up to this point, all the skills you have learned, all the things you've gone through story-related. You have all the tools at your disposal. Go do it. And it's like, even though it's like so reluctant to do so, it's like it just succeeds and just so well about this is it. This is what we want to leave you off with. And I was about to say something about that last shot, but I can't do it. Oh, this is hard. But oh man, it's a game that I will. It's going to stick with me for a very long time.
All right, Frank, throw it to you. Are you going to throw us into a tie section, or are we going to break Brandon's heart and move Pyre ahead?
This is definitely tough because, like I've said before, I absolutely love Supergiant and everything they do, and I love following their story of like them just continuing to develop games. And I think they have like everything they've done has been great, but especially after I think a lot of what Brandon said, and maybe it's just because I actually have spent more time with the game, I think I will vote for The Last of Us Part 2 out of these two games.
All right. So Last of Us
now,
Part 2.
RNGesus is going to screw me here. Watch. You watch.
I'm sorry, Brandon. I did what I could.
Yeah. So Last of Us Part 2 is going to be evens.
Dice.
And Pyre is going to be odds. And we're rolling. And it comes out 3. So Pyre does move forward.
Yes! Praise to RNGesus.
I hate you, Lady Luck. I hate you. I hate you so much. You suck.
This is another one that would have been very fascinating had Logan been here for this, because Logan still hasn't played Last of Us Part 2, so he really couldn't have weighed in one way or another on this. And I'm curious to know if he would have, just on the love of on the fact that Last of Us is his favorite game of all time, if he would have like put behind Last of Us Part 2, or if he would have, sided with Pyre on this one. And that's, I honestly probably think he still would have gone with Last of Us. So that's where you can blame Logan for not being on the show.
You took it right out of my mouth. Instead of you cursing Ratchet and Clank, now I have to curse him for Pyre. Dad, friggin' gummit.
I just want to put it out there. If Logan had tried to make that argument, I would have yelled at him so much. Because we waited for a very long time for him to beat Last of Us Part 2
before we did the spoiler cast, and he still never did. And
I also would have
been
if you were a man of honor, you would abstain your vote.
Exactly, you would abstain, and we'll go to this dice roll thing anyway.
And I still would have been screwed.
Well, Brandon Gann, once again screwed by his fellow panelists on these shows. He's gonna stop appearing on That Nerdy Site Things, I'm sure.
No. I'm screwed by RNGesus.
Yes,
I want the record to officially show.
Well,
I'm screwed by RNGesus.
I mean, you definitely got screwed by me and Cam sending it to RNGesus, but yes. So moving on to Res Infinite versus Astrobot. Astrobot is the game that I would have absolutely gone toe-to-toe with Last of Us Part 2 on since we started talking about this. So Astrobot's going to get my vote, because Astrobot is another one that, even against Last of Us Part 2, Astrobot does what it's setting out to do so flawlessly that like I would put it against Last of Us Part 2 even. We'll see when we get to Astrobot versus Pyre. But yeah, Astrobot gets my vote here against Res Infinite, in large part because yeah, Res Infinite I still I've not played myself. So Cam, I'll throw it over to you as somebody who has
Astrobot.
played Infinite. You're giving it to Astrobot as well? Okay.
Yeah, no, Astrobot is Astrobot as a title, like I mentioned earlier, it does so much to move its medium in VR forward, and will be like the foundation that we see a lot of new VR games come out to be. So I like, and I have already have. So I 100% stand behind it.
Okay. Frank, how about you?
Yeah, I would agree with you guys. I mean, I definitely want to give a shout out to Res Infinite. I think it is cool and has great music, but I think based on everything I've heard and such high praise, like even from what you were just saying there, I would vote Astrobot.
Okay. And Brandon, it's a moot point at this point, but where do you fall?
Yeah, it's going to be unanimous because between the two, Res seems obscure, Astrobot seems straightforward, and I'm more inclined to go Astrobot.
All right. And moving into the final bracket here of our Sweet 16 round, we have another, Battle of the Titans here with Persona 5 Royal versus Final Fantasy 7 Remake. And I'm pretty sure Kind of Funny had to face off against this same battle.
It went to the live chat, and the live chat went 7 Remake, and Barrett was not happy.
That's right. Yeah, I remember that now. All right, so who wants to kick this one off?
I mean,
As
I
a
will
man,
definitely.
go ahead.
Well,
Go
I
ahead,
was
Frank.
just definitely going to say that my vote would go for Persona 5 Royale.
Yep. No surprise there. Okay. Cam?
As somebody who is against cretins and plebeians, who would say in the chat 7 Remake over Persona 5 Royale, I must go Persona 5 Royale.
Okay. So then
What do they call Persona 5 with extra content in France?
Persona 5 Royale. Except it's not Royale. Y'all have been saying it wrong. It's just Royal. There's no E. So I can already speak for Brandon on that. I know he's going to go Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm also going Final Fantasy VII Remake. So we throw it up to RNGesus again. And now I'm on Brandon's side for RNGesus.
Dice.
Persona 5 Royal is going to be evens, and FF7 Remake is going to be odds. And we are rolling, and it comes out 1. So Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Thank you!
Advances.
Thank you for 1! The one that counts! Thank you! To anyone out there listening.
Yeah, RNGesus saving the day here for Final Fantasy VII Remake. And again, like I fully appreciate Persona 5 Royal. I like, as I said last time around, I'm glad I played it. I'm glad I sat down with it this year. It is a phenomenal game. Persona 5 is a phenomenal game. And really a lot of it comes down to there was enough new in Final Fantasy VII Remake, because this is another one where it's weird because both of these are remakes to a sense. Obviously Final Fantasy VII Remake goes into a very different direction compared to the remake nature of Persona 5. But I loved the gameplay of Final Fantasy VII Remake so much more than just the standard turn-based action that you get in Persona 5 Royal. So from a gameplay perspective, it wins there. And ultimately, I just have it's probably just a much more deep love of those characters, given my 20+ year history with them. That's going to give Final Fantasy VII the edge for me. But Frank or Cameron, do you want to have any parting words for Persona 5 Royal here?
It doesn't need any party words from me. It stands on its own 2 feet. The dice roll is what it is. It just the Phantom Thieves' heart failed to steal RNGesus' heart. That's all.
This is another one that would have been really weird with Logan because he couldn't weigh in on either of those games, I guarantee. So it would have been a matter of where are you going to fall, Logan? How about you, Frank?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is one of a great game, and I think it is one of the best games of this generation. I think the Royale version is definitely the one to play. And yeah, I think Cam said, I think it kind of holds on its own. I recommend people check it out. But I mean, it is what it is. I mean, Final Fantasy, there's worse games that could move on, honestly,
Yeah. All right, last matchup of this round before we go into the quarterfinals, we have Tetris Effect versus Everybody's Golf, and I will throw it to you first, Cam, since I already know what you're going to vote for.
There is zero question. Tetris Effect is a perfect game, even made more perfect. It's the only 11 out of 10 game that exists because of VR. I'm going to say now what I put out on Twitter that I refrained from saying earlier.
Oh, I saw it earlier.
You saw it earlier?
I saw it
I'm
when you
saying
mentioned it.
now.
Yeah, when you mentioned it earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, I tweeted it out because I'm like, this is too good just to keep to myself. As somebody who's never had sex, I don't know why I would ever bother when there's Tetris in VR.
That's
Like
Yep.
there is no greater experience that I have ever felt in my entire life. I have held newborn babies in my arms. I have lived a relatively full life, and nothing is as euphoric as the experience that I experienced when I was playing Tetris Effect in VR. I was in tears. Like, this game is transcendent. It's not just cool Tetris. It's not just really good Tetris with really good music. The pieces fit together so well to complete something that I didn't know I had been missing in my life. Like, the entirety of my life, there's been a hole in it that was filled by just these blocks from Tetris Effect. When you play Tetris, you're not filling an empty space. You're filling the hole in my heart. And like my heart and this hole that Tetris fills, it is ever consuming. And I just need more of it. That being said, Tetris Effect is the best game of all time, and I will leave it to the rest of the panel to weigh in.
All right. Brandon.
I've already stated that Tetris Effect would be the one game I would play for VR purposes. Everybody's Golf, I don't really have that much of a connection to the franchise, so Tetris Effect gets my vote.
Okay.
Great game. Just not Tetris Effect.
Yeah. Frank, how about you?
I definitely have a feeling of how this is going to go down, but just for record, I will put my vote behind Everybody's Golf. There's nothing against Tetris Effect. I do think it is a great game. It's just that's the one I would rather pick up and play and just kind of mess around with.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm also going with Tetris Effect, so Tetris Effect will advance. But shout out to Everybody's Golf for for upsetting Shadow of the Colossus in the last round prior to this. I just looked at that again and chuckled. So
I stand by that.
Yeah. So our final 8 games here, we have God of War versus Ghost of Tsushima, Marvel Spider-Man versus Bloodborne, Pyre versus Astrobot, and Final Fantasy VII Remake going up against Tetris Effect. So we are at the battle of the Titans at this point. God of War versus Ghost of Tsushima. We'll throw to this one first. I will just go right out the bat and again throw my weight behind God of War. I fought for that on the first season of that Ultimate Video Game List show. Stand by it. It's a phenomenal game, great game, and I. While I love, Ghost of Tsushima very much, it just has a little more bloat than I would like from that kind of story. So God of War still gets my vote over Ghost. Cam, I'll throw it over to you.
There are only 2 words that need to be said about my position. Kurosawa mode. They didn't have to give it to us. In fact, some people would say, hey, that's not needed. But they did it anyway. Like, they didn't have to go that hard to bring an incredible gaming experience that is not in the same vein as their original vision. But the fact that they just not only gave it, but they gave it such care and consideration, and the touch to the point where I mentioned earlier about the experience of being in Kurosawa mode, like being near the Golden Temple. There's plenty of places like that. That field that Brandon talked about, the fidelity of when Jin is riding through the field and he puts his hand down, that is so ubiquitous with the game, just so well known as a touchstone for the game because of its debut when it debuted at E3. There is something so incredible that it does with Kurosawa mode where it doesn't take anything away from the game. For me, after playing it through Kurosawa mode, playing it through standard mode, English dub, in color, absolutely nothing was given to me. It was giving something new to me, but the same way it took something else away. it would never felt like it was a more complete experience because of it. And I think because of that care and that consideration and that love, like there's so much like just elbow grease and love that has been poured into this game. And I don't think that's taking anything away from God of War. I think that that's also a labor of love. There's an entire documentary about it. But there's something about Ghost of Tsushima that I think resonates just deeper with me. I think I've made that case very clear. That being said, God of War has one of my favorite moments in gaming, which is at the very end of the game when you're coming back down from the mountaintop, and there's this story that Kratos tells that honestly, like, moved that game from being like a 9 for me to a 9.5 or a 10. Like, to the point where I, like, looking back on it now, like, I'm a little bit more tempered 9.5, but at the end of that game, that is such an emotional payoff that God of War does so well that isn't really, like, you can't replicate it. It's something so unique to God of War. I think Ghost of Tsushima had several of those moments, but it's so, for me, I'm going to throw my weight behind Ghost of Tsushima, but I understand that I'm fighting a losing battle on this one. So.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily think you are, and that's why, like, I threw it to you, knowing you were going to go with Ghost to, you know, make it more dynamic, because that puts it at 1-1 at least, going into kind of the remaining votes. But like, especially again, like, Ghost is phenomenal at what it's doing. And you know, Ghost versus God of War, much like many of these matchups, is just like comparing apples to oranges. Ghost is taking that open world formula. And the Ubisoft checkboxes kind of gameplay idea, and it's taking it to a new level. And God of War, while there is like an open world nature to it, I would say God of War is still more a linear experience. It's a weird hybrid between like an Uncharted, straight linear experience and an open world kind of game. And so it is just like they're setting out to do very different things in the kinds of games they're making. And for me, God of War resonated that much more. For you, Ghost of Tsushima resonated that much more. Doesn't mean, like, in the grand scheme of things, like, we're always going to love the things we love. It doesn't, defeat that as a concept, as an idea. Shout out to your love for Ghost of Tsushima, because I also found that game, very, very powerful and endearing, and I love the stories behind it, and a lot of the love it gets, and it's for me, it feels like that game has the potential to be like the Marvel Spider-Man of this year, in that it might get overshadowed by a few of the other big games that came out this year, and it's unfortunate because like that doesn't take away at all from what that game is. It's just like when so many other games, when the games industry is as strong as it is now, things are just going to hit differently with people, resonate with people, especially like that game I think did surprise a lot of people coming right off of the heels of Last of Us Part 2. And I remember I talked on a podcast with somebody, I think I went and did something with like the Trophy Room people maybe, or something. But I talked to somebody about the idea that I would much sooner like go back into playing Ghost of Tsushima again than I would Last of Us Part 2 right now. And part of that comes to like what Brandon spoke of earlier of like the emotional drain of that story, but also just like there's a much more accessible gameplay hook to Ghost of Tsushima for me than Last of Us Part 2 that is that straightforward experience. Doesn't mean one is necessarily better than the other or anything like that, but it's just like, hey, for where I'm at, where I'm feeling right now, this is what I would do. I can appreciate all of that. Frank, I'll throw it over to you.
Upgradable outfits. The upgradable outfits in Ghost of Tsushima are phenomenal. Last thing I'll say.
Cool. Frank.
Yeah, I think out of these two, I would definitely also follow with you on and kind of go with God of War. I still haven't played Ghost, kind of like I think we've talked about on this podcast, but I am still looking forward to it. But I think a lot of what you said about God of War is definitely correct, and I honestly think that is just an amazing game. And I've been thinking about it just while we've been talking about it, and I'm like, God, I almost just want to go replay it.
Yeah, I'm like, honestly, I'm getting a PlayStation 5 at launch. I got that secured and everything, and like I'm so excited for the PlayStation like Plus collection that's coming with it, because I am going to be very tempted to hop back into God of War, and a lot of the games from that are like, I'm gonna be looking for stuff to play for in the next generation anyway. It's always the case. I mean, like this generation, I resorted to playing like FIFA, which I hadn't done in for forever. I don't think I'd ever played a FIFA game, but like I was so starved for things to play at the beginning of the PS4 that I put time into FIFA. Had a great time with it, but like that's just not in my wheelhouse. So having access right out the gate to being able to go back and replay God of War is something I'm very excited about, because it's like I could hop in and replay it right now if I really wanted to, but I'm like I look forward to hopefully some up-res graphics, as well as loading screens and stuff like that. I just very much look forward to revisiting that game, and have a good reason to do it. So I'll throw it to you, Brandon, to round out the vote on this one. Where do you fall? God of War versus Ghost of Tsushima.
Well, again, it comes as no surprise as everybody's followed my principles throughout this voting, but I would nominate, of course, God of War to be our triangle champion. Again, I can't speak enough just highly of almost everything about the game. Every time you throw it and you hit the triangle button, and it never fails. It is a 100% success rate of feeling satisfaction when that thunk of that axe goes back into Kratos' hand, or the 2 times you have to go back home, or the way everything just moves and flows with one another, and there's never really a break, and it is impeccable. And shout out to Mimir. He is a phenomenal character. Adore him. But ever since the official announcement that Ragnarok is now imminent, I'm getting that itch to go through New Game Plus and go through that game a third time. I love that game so much, and so I'm also going to vote for it as well.
Yeah, I want to say like that was the first game I've ever, because I got the platinum for it, and still immediately was like, I just want to play this game again. And so I played it like twice right when it came out. I played it a third time later that year. I played it a fourth time like a year after that. So my next time through that game will be like my 5th journey through God of War, and that's in an era where I am trying to always keep up with the conversation, and so I can talk about video games with friends or with the internet or whatever. Like it's rare that a game gets me to want to just spend that much time with it and keep coming back to it. Even Final Fantasy VI, which prior to God of War had been my favorite game of all time. Like I've still, I'm sure, played Final Fantasy VI more times, but that's also spread out over 25 years of my life compared to God of War in 2, or 3 years now, I guess. So yeah, shout out to that game. But also shout out to Ghost of Tsushima. It's not to take away at all anything from Ghost of Tsushima, which is a phenomenal standout in a great year of gaming here in 2020. Despite the rest of the world falling apart around us, at least we got some great games out of it. So God of War advances, and as you touched on there, Brandon, takes the crown in our triangle bracket. So moving over to square, we have Marvel's Spider-Man versus Bloodborne. Also worth mentioning, one of the things I looked up while we were talking about that one, God of War, the only number 1 seed left. Everything else, so Metacritic gets it wrong is what I'm saying. According to us 4 people, Metacritic gets it wrong. I will also shout out...
Technically RNGesus too.
Yes, technically RNGesus as well. I will also shout out that given I know Logan absolutely adores Ghost of Tsushima, so he probably would have been on your side on that one as well, Cam. I know he also likes God of War, but I think he's very much more enamored with Ghost where he's at, as he's been playing through that one. So you are not alone on that at Hill. You just are, because he didn't show up. So now you have a reason to curse Logan too. We all will have a reason to curse Logan by the end of the podcast. Anyway, moving on, we have Marvel Spider-Man versus Bloodborne. Cam, you're the one I think I'm maybe most curious about on this one. So I will throw it to you first. Cameron?
I'm here.
Okay.
Thinking. I didn't think I'd have to make this decision. Actually, let me phrase that. I definitely know I'd have to make that decision. It's in my bracket.
So what did you decide? What does your bracket say?
My bracket says Spider-Man. Listen. Bloodborne is, to me, the definitive PS4 title. It is the game that that kept Sony afloat during some real tough times. It was the callback, or it was the answer to a lot of accusations about, why people are buying PS4 when, it has no real exclusives that are coming out. Like, there was, from February till January the next year, there were no exclusives after Bloodborne. Now, am I saying
that was the year?
Bloodborne is
That was the year everything got pushed.
Yeah. Now, am I saying Bloodborne is the reason why PS4 sold so much? No, I think there was a lot of reasons why the PS4 became the dominant console, but it was the game that everybody hung their hat on to say this is why PS4 is a place to play. And, Sony recognized that. They promoted it. It's a well-loved game. That being said, I think that if you ask me which game is more fun, which game is I'm going to have more fun with, the answer is Spider-Man. And it's interesting because, I've gone back and forth with Bloodborne, for ever since it came, ever since I first played it. I've had a deep love and appreciation for it. It has the lore. But there's something so particular about Spider-Man that I think gives it an edge, which is there is no game out there outside of Spider-Man 2 on the PlayStation 2 that makes you feel like you're Spider-Man. I feel like Spider-Man as I sling my way through the entire city of Manhattan. As I'm flying across buildings, running up them, everything about it makes me feel like Spider-Man. Do I feel like I have a greater weakness when I'm in Central Park versus when I'm in the upper levels of cities? Of course. Trees are a lot harder to try to maneuver around and deal with versus buildings being the flat surfaces that they are. Am I running around? But also there's something very special about just walking around as Spider-Man. And people's reaction to be like, oh, it's Spider-Man. Hey, it's Spider-Man. Okay, Spider-Man, can I take a picture with you? All this stuff that makes you feel like Spider-Man.
Yeah, nobody really responds to the hunter that well in Bloodborne.
Yeah, that's for sure.
What up, Yarnum, bro?
Yeah, no. Oh, hey, Hunter, you got those dank nugs?
Shirtless Hunter did not become a meme, is what I'm saying here.
That is true. Shirtless Hunter did not become a meme. To the point where it was included in the video game. Shout out to Shirtless Spider-Man, by the way.
Yeah.
My personal favorite Spider-Man. My hero.
I'm honestly dreading seeing shirtless Miles Morales in the show, in the game, but I'm also 99% sure it's going to be there.
Listen, I don't know about you, but if shirtless Spider-Man Miles Morales didn't make you if you're straight and didn't make you question your sexuality, I don't believe you.
All right. Well,
that man's body is chiseled by the gods.
That can be a conversation for a different show. We're already 4 hours into this one, so apologies for anybody who's stuck around with us this long. But so you are going with Spider-Man on this one.
I am.
Okay.
I think it just has the edge in my opinion.
Okay. Brandon, again, I'm based on. So, Brandon, I guess we'll throw it to you because you obviously hate Soulsborne, but you also don't like superheroes. So where do you fall on this one?
Decision. Not really a decision, really. I also, too, nominate Marvel Spider-Man to be our Square champion. Again, consistency. As I've said this entire 4 hours. Present me two games. Which one would I rather play? I would rather play. It would be Spider-Man. And I've already said in a prior Spider-Man matchup, I think when it beat Lost Legacy, is that I'm a massive fan of Insomniac and have played the majority of their catalog. Yes, that does include Fuse. Let's move on. But I don't. Again, I recognize Spider-Man looks and plays flawlessly. I just don't feel the call of it. But when it goes against Bloodborne, you best believe I'm going to pick Spider-Man over Bloodborne.
Fair enough. All right, Frank, where are you at?
I'm on the same page. I would definitely go with Spider-Man. I've spoken very highly of it this podcast, and I think just in general. And yeah, I definitely am happy to see that be our Square champion.
Yep, Spider-Man gets the vote from me as well. Moves forward, but also again, mad respect to Bloodborne. I will never forget. In particular, Brian Altano's story about Bloodborne. It's a great podcast, Beyond Story Go. You can find it out. But him getting past that hurdle of Bloodborne, and that becoming one of his favorite games of this generation, was one of the stories that made me end up wanting to give it another shot, or give it a shot. We had very different experiences still, but his story is a fun one to hear.
That's actually I was broke at the time, didn't have a job, and I spent my last dollar to get Bloodborne from the red box for a night.
Cool.
It wasn't really financially the smartest thing I could have done, but,
It'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Over to the circle bracket. The upset Pyre going up against Astrobot here. Who wants to take a first crack at this one?
I will.
Okay.
Pyre. Silver bullet, let's go.
Okay. So that's a Pyre vote for Cam. I'm going to go Astrobot myself. Again, I think, I love Pyre, and obviously have had no problem championing Pyre up to this point, but Astrobot, especially as I think the one of the panel that has played just a lot more of the VR experiences out there. It was, I want to say this was my number 2 game of the year Astrobot came out. It was one that I just kind of I didn't play until the end of the year. But yeah, I want to say I think this was my number 2 game of 2018 or something like that, because it just blew me away in what it did and what it was setting out to do. It is a, much like Super Mario 64 was at the time it came out, it feels like a flawless kind of a platformer, and it's doing a lot of interesting things with the medium it's in, much like Moss had done earlier that year or something like that. That it just stands leaps and bounds, not only as a VR title, but also just as a title in games. It's a phenomenal platformer that has, again, without getting into spoilers, has one of my favorite bosses of any game ever, just in the way that it incorporates how you've played the game up to this date, up to the end of the game, into the final boss battles. I think is an ingenious approach. So Astrobot gets my vote, so that ties it up 1-1. Frank, we'll throw it over to you.
Yeah, this is another a tough one, especially because I only have a limited time with Pyre and I haven't played Astrobot. But kind of based on everything I've heard and based on even what you were saying there, I'm going to vote for Astrobot.
Okay. And then Brandon, where you fall on this one?
Oh, Pyre, you may be the champion for RNGesus, but that is why I nominate Astrobot to be our circle champion, because, in all jokes aside, between the two, I would much rather focus on a platformer than a sports-esque title. And so, all jokes aside, Astrobot. But yeah, Pyre, that kind of was not a good thing in your favor to win off of RNGesus. Sorry.
All right, Astrobot moves forward then and becomes the circle champion. Just out of curiosity, had RNGesus gone the other way and it had been Last of Us versus Astrobot there, I'm curious what the votes would have been, because I still would have gone Astrobot myself. Brandon, you obviously would have still gone Tilo 2. Cam, which side would you have fallen on that one?
Astrobot versus Last of Us Part 2?
Yeah.
Astrobot.
Okay, and Frank?
Probably Last of Us Part 2.
All right, so it would have gone to RNGesus again. So we'll, rather than figure out if RNGesus really, really just hates Brandon and Last of Us Part 2, we'll leave it at that. But yeah, that's, again, back to my extended conversations with Brandon leading into this. Astrobot is the one I would have fought for against Last of Us Part 2 all along. That made me think that it wasn't a one game bracket over there. But rounding out our quarterfinals round here, we have Final Fantasy VII Remake versus Tetris Effect. Cameron, I'm guessing you're going to go with Tetris Effect on this one, correct?
Yeah, listen, Final Fantasy VII Remake, an incredible game. Love it to pieces. I think it's phenomenal. Tetris Effect is a experience that transcends most descriptors of human emotion, and that's where it's at. It's Tetris Effect all the way. All
right. And Brandon, I assume you're going to go with Final Fantasy VII Remake?
Yes, I do nominate it for it being our cross champion, but I kind of figured that this was going to be the case since it won against Persona 5 Royal, because, Tetris Effect is Cam's favorite game of all time. 7 Remake's my second favorite game of all time. So, yeah, this is a no-brainer for both of our votes.
And it's only behind the original Final Fantasy VII, right?
Yup.
Yeah, I was gonna say. All right, so Frank, where do you fall on this one then? Persona 7.
Yeah, I vote
Persona 5's Defeater, Final Fantasy 7 remake, or Tetris Effect.
In this case, I think I would definitely go for the Persona 5 Defeater, Final Fantasy 7 remake. I mean, I guess we might as well make that that loss for Persona count, right?
Et tu, Brute? Et tu?
All right, well, I'm going to seal the deal for Final Fantasy VII Remake then. You gave it a great run, Tetris Effect, and you are a phenomenal game. There's nothing to take away from that, and you will seemingly always be Cameron's favorite game of all time. But for our cross-game, Final Fantasy VII Remake makes its way into the Final Four. So that makes our Final Four God of War, Astrobot, Marvel Spider-Man, and Final Fantasy VII Remake. So I think we're like the only difference we have right from Kind of Funny at this point is that they had Last of Us Part 2, correct? Brandon?
I think so. I think Spider-Man won in Square, but I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it did. Because it definitely won in the Uncharted battles. So I can't imagine it overtook Bloodborne for them. No, because even if it had gone to a vote, the community probably went Spider-Man on that one. So, all right. So we are up to God of War versus Marvel's Spider-Man. Let's throw it to you first, Brandon. Where do you fall on this one?
Obviously, again, game I've played against a game I haven't. God of War will take it for me. It's gotten to the point 4.5 hours almost now to this point where it's like we don't need to espouse our love for all four of these games. These are all phenomenal games. So again, God of War takes it for me.
Fair enough indeed. Frank, how about you?
Definitely love both, but I think in this battle, I'm going to go with Spider-Man. Even in 2018, I think I just favored it, even though they're both great games. I just think I'm going to go Spider-Man.
All right. So that's 1-1. Cam, where are you falling on this one?
4 words, buddy. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, radioactive Spider-Man, guitar riff, put it above God of War. Let's go.
All right, and I go God of War, so that takes us to another tiebreaker between God of War and Spider-Man.
I'm so sorry you're on me with this one, Trevor.
No, that's
I'm
fine.
so sorry.
No, that's quite all right.
He was with you last time, and you guys won.
So God of War is going to be evens, and Spider-Man's going to be odds. I am rolling it now, and it comes out 5. So Spider-Man takes it. Yep. All right.
Yeah!
Marvel's Spider-Man. I'm not, I can't be mad at that.
Yeah.
Especially because
really,
I already got God of War to be our, greatest game of all time in the Ultimate Video Game List show. So, Spider-Man takes the W here on this side of the bracket. Congrats to Spider-Man, and God of War, still a great game, but again, I can't be mad at Spider-Man. So, Astrobot versus Final Fantasy VII Remake. Brandon, I already know you're going to be Final Fantasy VII Remake. Where do you fall on this one, Cameron?
Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Okay. How about you, Frank?
I think I also fall on that side. I think I would go Final Fantasy VII Remake probably.
Yeah, I think between these two, that's where I end up falling as well. As much as I love Astrobot, Final Fantasy VII Remake was such a wonderful surprise, and honestly, at this point in these top 4, I was thinking about it. I was like, would I have given? Because I gave Final Fantasy VII Remake a 10. I would have given God of War a 10. I probably would have given Astrobot a 10, and so Marvel Spider-Man is the only one in here that I wouldn't have given a 10. And even then, I could have considered giving it a 10. So we're ending out with some bangers here. So Final Fantasy VII Remake moves ahead from Astrobot. So let's do a quick little playoff for our losers there. God of War versus Astrobot. Where do people fall on that one for a third place finish?
I would go God of War.
God of War? Is that where you fell as well? Cam, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I said God of War as well.
Cool. And then you as well, Brandon?
Unanimous.
All right. Yep. God of War takes the number 3 spot. Well worth it. So it comes down to Marvel's Spider-Man versus Final Fantasy VII Remake for our grand champion, best PlayStation 4 game of the generation.
Trevor?
Yep.
Send it to RNGesus. I'm going Spider-Man.
You're going Spider-Man?
I am also going Spider-Man.
And then so yeah, it sounds like Brandon and I are gonna go Final Fantasy VII Remake on this one. Correct, Brandon? Yeah, obviously, yes. Given
RNGesus?
Yep.
Look,
RNGesus.
You helped me out against Persona 5, and I appreciate that. You've screwed me every others. Okay, I'm willing to take it, but if you Zyger me on this one, RNGesus, I swear.
All right.
Dice.
So Marvel Spider-Man
dice.
is going to be evens, and Final Fantasy VII Remake is going to be odds. I'm rolling the dice, and we are hitting a 6. So Marvel Spider-Man takes it as the evens, and Brandon just has the goddamn unluckiest RNGesus luck of anybody.
Praise be to RNGesus. Hallelujah. Thank you. Hallelujah. Jubilatio. Come together, everybody.
And
Let's
Marvel
go.
Spider-Man, despite being overlooked by the industry in 2018, compared to God of War, compared to Red Dead Redemption 2, Marvel Spider-Man takes the crown for That Nerdy Site best game of the PlayStation 4 bracket. So shout out to that. This has already gone far too long, far much longer than I was anticipating. So thank you guys for joining me on this. Marvel Spider-Man being our number 1 game, Final Fantasy VII Remake our number 2, God of War our number 3, and Astrobot our number 4. A solid top 4 games of the generation. And that has just been a ton of fun.
I got all the way to the Nope. I had Death Stranding beating out Res Infinite. Never mind. Close. I almost had a really good bracket.
Nice. Yeah. So our top one there, Marvel Spider-Man was a number 4 seed. Final Fantasy VII Remake was also a number 4 seed. God of War was a number 1, and Astrobot a number 2 seed. So, we are in full bracket breaking logic. RNGesus has I'm sure done a number, but this was a ton of fun. Thank you guys for sitting down with me, basically half of today to do this. That's gonna do it for this month's early access episode, or just this month's episode of That Nerdy Site Show. Thank you for joining me. We can kind of wrap up the episode. Let's go around the table. You can follow Frank at Irrelevant Jokes. Anything you want to give a plug or a shout out to, Frank, that kind of has to be timeless, I guess, because this is a weird vacuum in time.
Not too much. I guess I just have to go make a deposit to RNGesus' bank account.
There you go.
I knew it. The fix is in.
Hey. It's called a tithe, Frank. When it's to RNGesus, it's a tithe.
There you go. You can follow Cameron at Rev Cabot. Anything you want to give some love to, Cam?
Tetris Effect always will forever be the best game of all time. However, I do want to say I actually predicted the wrong winner. I predicted FF7 Remake winning over Spider-Man. I did not anticipate my memories of Spider-Man coming back so fervently to take that edge on it. So props out and shout out to Marvel Spider-Man.
So your own bracket had Final Fantasy VII going over Spider-Man.
Yeah, until you guys listen. Did I know Tetris Effect was not going to make it past U3? Of course. Did I know that it was going to stir feelings of bloodthirsty revenge?
Wait, if you had Final Fantasy VII Remake, in the finals there against Spider-Man, it didn't even go over Tetris Effect in your bracket.
No. Because I predicted my bracket based off of what you guys would also choose.
Gotcha. Okay. I would lose. You didn't go off of your own personal choices for the bracket. Okay. Gotcha.
No, I went off of what I predicted would win.
All right. Well, you can follow me at Trevor J. Starkey, and I will give a shout out to the PS I Love You episode that kind of originally spawned this and kicked it off, where they went through their greatest PlayStation 4 game. It is a shorter listen, and they when Greg and Blessing had ties, they threw it to their live audience that was listening in as they debated. So go check that out. Give that episode some love, because it was just a fun idea that I completely stole from them. And you can follow our guest, Brandon, at Games Gann. Anything you want to give some love to, Brandon?
I have 3 thank yous to throw out. First, thank you, Sony PlayStation, for providing us so many great and wonderful games to discuss and debate and scream at RNGesus about. Thank you to any individual out there that has listened to all of this. You are a trooper and an Ironman, apparently, for lasting so long. Yeah, shout outs to you. And finally, and most importantly to me, thank you, gentlemen, so much for spending some time and allowing me to be a part of this. I had so much fun. I can't say how long it's been since I had this much fun, so I really do appreciate the opportunity to come out and just shoot shit with you guys and just talk PlayStation. So I really do appreciate and thank you all for giving me the opportunity. So thanks a ton.
Always a pleasure having you, Brandon. And yeah, it's been the original plan was Logan would have joined us, so it would have been like we wouldn't have had to go to RNGesus, and it would have just been like 3 versus 2 kind of battles there, but RNGesus definitely.
Say RNGesus was more reliable than Logan would have been for some of these.
That's maybe, yeah. It was a fun debate, nonetheless. You can follow all of us over at That Nerdy Site, or check out thatnerdysite.com for all the latest from us. If you liked what you heard, once again, please rate, review, like, and subscribe. Maybe even consider supporting us on Patreon if you aren't already at patreon.com/thatnerdysite. Every patron gets early access to episodes just like this one, so hopefully that $1 that they're paying is worth the 4.5 hours of content we've given them. If not, I'm sorry. You can find better ways of spending that dollar. I won't be mad. I won't take it personally. But thank you again, everybody, for joining me. Thank you for listening. As always, stay nerdy and be good to each other.